T-Owl arrive. Hey look, 21 months. My account is old enough to drink now. Someone plus confirm I am not good with numbers. T-Owl dance. Owl. Much love and best wishes for our beloved owl T-Owl part. Whoops, there are subs here, not only comes. This kind of subs. Everything is fine.
Owlets.
Nothing is ruined.
Oh, that's good to hear. Hello, Owlets. I missed all of you. I am starting slightly early, partially because, yes, I missed you. But also because I have done an experiment. Uh-oh. I am having mild technical difficulties. One moment. I'm just getting things set up. We're good. But I have done an experiment.
Fred has come.
Yeah? Is that really how you need to put it? Do I still have that? I don't think I still have that. You've come. I mean, I knew you'd come, but you've come. I have come.
T-Owl Froggy.
T-Owl Froggy. That is just the perfect voice. I have done an experiment. I have made a bowl of matcha. However, I also put an ice cube of lemonade in it. And so I am going to test it. I'm curious how this is going to work. No idea if it's going to be good. Matcha goes well with a lot of things.
Guess who's back? DW, my money is safe with me and won't get yeet. A lot.
Okay, good. If you start going a little overboard,
Unfortunately, I lost my job last week. Hoping for unemployment. Cozy Owl Man streams will help, though.
Yeah, that really is just kind of the state of things, isn't it? I have personally known quite a few people with that struggle and are trying to get things working. It's not easy for anyone right now, but I hope that in this moment, everyone can come together and just enjoy themselves for a few hours. That's the goal. I hope that this can be a comfy, uncomfy place. You are all welcome here, my owlets. In fact, it's so uncomfy out there. Let's get comfy. Streamo, I'm not comfy. Streamo, I'm only comfy if we are talking about Penders. Well, I have some. Oh my god, I forgot to do the preemptive pets. Oh, it begins. Oh, the lag begins. Give it a sec. Streamo, I'm only comfy if we are talking about Penders. Well, boy, do I have a stream for you. Oh, this is going to be quite the smorgasbord for you. There we go. We're good now. Hi, everyone. I have been gone for a week. Isn't that incredible? It feels longer than a week. I think because streaming has just become such a normal part of my day. It feels weird not to have it. Cold Courier, I'm glad that you like my pet animation because it is bespoke. I commissioned Andre to make specific pets for me. So those are pets that you will not see anywhere else on twitch.tv or kick.felon. Kick.banned from Japan. Alfie! Alfie, Alfie, Alfie! How are you? Wowie! Wowie! Are we still on for this week? Because I know that we talked about doing some Total Warhammer, potentially? The Chalk Lad. Come on and slam. We banned you from Japan. That's evil. Oh, Blind Archer, thank you for gifting a sub to Alfie. Alfie. Okay, Alfie, I have been trying to sub to Hina Bobina for like a year. And I keep getting gifted a sub before I can. Yeah, I'm later in the week would be better for me. Let's chat. DM me. Slide into my DMs. By the way, the sound of my... Oh my goodness gracious. Aw. Wait, how many was that? 10. Shoo Shoo. Thank you for gifting out 10 subs. Who nabbed them? Who nabbed them? Snooping got one. Raccoon Tour. Okay, that's a good name. Raccoon Tour VR. That's a very quality name. Shooish, thank you. And everyone, please, I beg of you. You know what? Let's not froggy this time. Everyone, let's threaten them. Keep them in line. TL gun. Netro. Okay, Netro, I'm cutting you off there, okay? Thank you for gifting a sub to Hina Bobina's Twitch channel. So now Hina will never be able to sub to me. And thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Goodness gracious. Thank you everyone so much for the warm welcome back. It is...
I guess it's 2 months.
It's good to be back.
That's pretty cool, TL gun.
With a Q. Thank you for the 2 months as well. Blind Archer for gifting a sub to Alfie. Totoro Hero for the 4 months. Yeah, I wish you the best. I wish you luck finding new work and getting unemployment, and that everything goes smoothly. Netro, thank you for the 5 months as well. Chalklad for the 6 months, and Chalklad, thank you for helping with the Canute Initiative. We'll have some more PC mats soon. Zalfin for the 6 months, Hamsterzerg for the 13 months, Rising Pressure for the 29, and Shush for the 10, and Chill for the 21, and 87 Morpheus for the 13. Oh, and Belostomy Cag is continuing their
Take care
continuing
of
their
yourself,
sub.
Owlboy. T-Owl Heart.
I'm doing my best, Razy, but thank you for the 25 months. Goodness. I'd say, okay. I think that there is something inherently impressive about subs that have continued for a year or 2 years, right? Like, that's where we're hitting, because I started VTubing half-heartedly about 2 years ago, and then Mary invited me in.
It's been a while since I've been here.
Oh, well, welcome back in, Polyhib. Thank you for the 5 months. Know that no matter how long you're away, you are always welcome back. Welcome back to the library. See, here's the thing, right? I have 2 states of mind about this. At once, you know, I'm the caretaker of the library, but at the same time, I see all of you as my owlets. You're my helpers. So maybe when a person seeking knowledge enters, they end up in the library, but when all of you arrive, you wind up in the nest. That's how it feels to me. I have my little, wait, is it called a parliament of owls? Hold on.
T-Owl Froggy, the only emote that properly expresses the sensation of sharing Ken Penders content with other people.
That is Iron Fox. That, I am flattered. Thank you for the 11 months. But yeah, Parliament. You all are my Parliament. My Parliament of Owlets. Oh, Plico, what are you doing? Thank you for gifting out 10 subs. You guys, this is... You all are so sweet. You all are so sweet. What in the world? Level 8 hype train. Thank you so much for the warm welcome back, everyone. Lucius for the 14 months. Thank you. Gosh, the 10 gifted subs as well. Oh my god, that's 10 gifted subs from Netro, from
It took
Shush,
11 minutes and
from
36 seconds from stream start for my internet to crash.
It's just trying to keep you away. It's trying to keep you safe. Don't let it. Don't let it. Please, come in. Come hurt yourself in the ways that I've hurt myself. In beautiful ways. Oh, and Polyhib, thank you for the gifted sub. Who got that one? Mr. Joe. Thank you so much, everyone, for the warm welcome back. It's good to be back. The break was nice. I definitely needed a bit of time. But it was a good reset. It was a good reset. But this is my home. This is important. I like this. I feel like I've figured out streaming for myself, and it feels good now. Please do not call it a cloaca, math man. Fuck off. Okay, I need to reduce my cursing only so we can actually do more YouTube shorts. Fred puts the owl in knowledge. Aw. Oh, Mont Blanc, thank you for the 15 months. Cloacma. Wait a minute. Alfie's been... Oh, also, new chatter. Horyu, welcome in. Good to have you. Oh, Alfie's just threatening me. That's what's happening. Okay. I'm planning. Alfie messaged me, and I'm excited to play some Total Warhammer with Alfie. Also, I am getting more and more people interested in Foxhole. I have some loose plans with Xander to introduce him into Foxhole now. We might end up having to do a Foxhole stream. Aw. Wusjin. Thank you for the 2 months. Oh my god, the Wooding Snooter. That's a new one. You are the fat nutter. Alright, look. Ika Pika, you may lead a subsection of owlets as fat nutters should you so wish. That is your prerogative. Foxhole is just PC. But I think I might have to stream it. I've been getting into tanks in Foxhole. Not making them. Crewing them. Ender! Ender, you goofus. You goofus. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. Hype Train level 9? Are you kidding me? Fred introducing his friends to Foxhole the same way Zootopia did. Can we ban Starry real quick? Like, just take care of that? Hina Bobina. Hello, Hina. How are you? Oh, all my friends are piling in. We have Alfma, and we have Hinma. Good to see you. We have Chocolate. Yeah, Chocolate. We gotta get you in a tank. I actually shoved 80 R mats at F mat to get myself a silver hand. So I have a silver hand now, and we can go tanking. I think what I'm gonna do off stream is do some war eco, Like, gather some R-mats and pass them off and nab some extra tanks. Welcome in, Uwu Kraken. Uwu, it's a Kraken.
Lines
Shoosh.
dance.
Shoosh. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Oh my goodness gracious. 15 today total? You sure? Be careful with yourself. Bugsy, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome in. Yeah, it's been a week, so there will probably be a bunch of subs
me
piled
safe
up.
at night are my plushies, especially one that goes rero roro rero roro rero or aura 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 aura.
Alfie using their military knowledge to instruct Fred in a tank. Do you think that I could convince Alfie to join Foxhole if I offered to let her man the
Master
cannon
Fredrik, we have
in a
joked
tank?
so much about you being a gay bottom furry that I am not sure if we are joking anymore. Are you a gay furry? Was I the gay furry all along? This owl train's got no brakes.
Damn right. You're going up here, Mochi. Hold on. I'm gonna... You go... There. Okay. Hehe. Wake the fuck up, soldier. We have a war to supply. Fredrik Silverhand Knutson. Damarung, thank you for the 6 months. And Uncle Bourbon for the 11 months. I am whatever you want me to be. I'm a pretend anime owl man on the internet. Oh my god, the big owl. The goof. That's good. I would love to stockpile some tanks, though, and then get some friends and go tanking together in Foxhole. I discovered something very exciting about Foxhole. So, a little bit of Fredrik lore. Are you all ready for this lore? I mentioned it on stream before, but there is... Shoosh! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my god, 20. Are you sure? Netro?
T-owl froggy.
Netro, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You gift more subs, I'm gonna have to temp ban you. Okay? Temp ban you for a week. Whoa, that was a weird sound. I will do it. But Shoosh, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. And Susamar for the 11 months. Welcome back in. Hina, this is legitimately a problem. Like, Netro specifically said, like, if they're being too generous, you gotta stop them. But yes, a little bit of Fred lore. You all ready for this? One of the only games... Aw, shoot, thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And Gainer for the 200 bits. What did I... Hold on, I want to check. Are you okay, Shoosh? Are you sure that this is something you can do?
Sub. Get froggy. Get froggy. Get froggy. Get froggy. Get froggy. Get froggy.
Yeah? Yeah, you little problem? You go there. You go... Whoops. You go... There. The gem is an attachment point. Kind of, you can chain them together. Get froggy. Thank you for the bits, Emmy. And thank you so much, everyone, for being so generous. Welcome back, and everyone who's resubbing, and thank you for the gifted subs, everyone. It's good to have you all back in, and it's good to be back. Okay, right. Lore. One of the only games that I have over 1,000 hours in. In fact, do I have more than 1,000 hours in any other game? Stellaris. But a lot of that time is me being AFK. One of the only games that I have over 1,000 hours in is PlanetSide 2. And when I was a regular PlanetSide 2 player, I would do two things. I would command platoons, and I would drive a Mag Rider, which is a Vanu heavy tank, a floating tank. And I decided to hop in someone else's tank in Foxhole just to see what it's like. I've been curious. And I learned something. Tanks in Foxhole,
Greetings
despite
from the beautiful
being...
but currently rainy Montafon.
Aww. Thank you, Sideshot, and thank you for the 13 months. Despite the games having very different themes, the tanks are very, very similar. Tanking in PlanetSide is very similar to tanking in Foxhole. I found that all of my old instincts were reactivating. Rev! Welcome in, everyone. Hey there. I'm back after a week. I was gone for a week. Good to have all you in. Mark's Milk. Karl Marx Big Naturals. Yeah? Am I going to get an explanation? Oh, this Sayu wave. That's cute. I haven't seen that. Karl Marx Big. You can send me one. Yeah, sure. Gimme. Hurt me. We're going to be talking about some interesting visual art today, too. We're going to be talking about Ken Penders, everyone. Rev has a portfolio now. I believe you. This is in character for Rev. Not for a second did I question any bit of that. Oh, good, we have it. Oh, that's good. Wow. Wow, that's, You know what? You know what? Sure. Oh, I gotta get out of the way so you can see the toes. Look at them lovingly rendered. Those are, what, that's pantyhose. That's Karl Marx. Yeah. I want to come up with a communism joke, but I feel like I'm being sucked into the booba. Our pantyhose. Communism. Seize the means of production. Of milk production. This man went to art college, yes. This is a lot to take in multiple senses of the word. Seize the means of reproduction. So anyway, this is the game you're working. What game could call for this? Don't call it the Communussy. So, wow, Rev, this is disgusting. Where can I play it? Not that I want to, but just, you know, so I know how to avoid it.
I hate this! It is revolting!
More?
Please.
It is such a good sound alert. The Communist Manifesto Kami Mami Adventure featuring Hatsune Miku. A kinetic novel. Jesus Christ. I hate this. It is revolting. More? Please. But yes, I'm back. Hi. I'm glad that this has immediately gone off the rails. He's calling it the Communist Moe Festo. I'm screaming. Play it on stream, I'll do it. Rev, do I have permission to stream your game? Welcome back. Slaps your brain. All of the wrong neurons are firing. No. It's literally... Hey, you know, I was going to come into stream. I was going to return after a week-long break. And by the way, I did want to stream yesterday, but it was a good thing that I didn't, because I was struggling with a really bad headache on Friday night. And then it came back gradually on Saturday. So it was a very good thing I didn't. Tension headache, it's okay. It's just like tight shoulders, clenching jaw. I'm doing better. I'm doing a lot better. Don't worry, I'm fine. Cancelled stream, because that's what was definitely better. Yeah, it ended up being a really good thing. I chose not to. Can we shout out Rev? Yeah, of course. Shout out Rev Scarecrow. Oh, we already did one. Hee-hoo. Thank you. Now, I'm going to try to focus on not clenching my jaw. And so if I go silent for a couple of seconds, it might be me sort of recentering my mind, focusing on relaxing it, because I really need to not let this headache come back. Gonna go see wife now. I'll send you tits later. Aw, thanks, Rev. How thoughtful. Enjoy wife time. Okay. Please let me know if you are not comfy. If you are not comfy, please say the activation phrase in chat. Streamo, I'm uncomfy. And I will proceed to do absolutely nothing. If you're uncomfy, give 2,000 bits. And then go fuck yourself. Ghost FGC, thank you for the 5 months. Don't do it, Netro. I gotta relax and not have a headache. Anyway, let's look at Penders for a while. Yep. Yeah. That's the plan today. We are going to be looking at Ken Penders. But first, I'm going to try my little concoction. I made a bowl of matcha today.
I am very comfy.
Well then, I guess hang out. I guess don't go fuck yourself then. That what you want to hear? I'm going to transform into a streamer with just profound disrespect for all of his viewers at all times. Wait, fuck. Nobody say DSP. But yes, I made myself a bowl of matcha. This is part of my pre-stream ritual. I make a bowl of matcha. It helps me focus. It helps me be alert. Okay, focus in the sense that it lets me, I guess, it keeps my mind from wandering to non-stream things. I can hone in on stream. But I decided to do something a little different. Matcha goes really well with a lot of things, and so I decided to take one of my lemonade ice cubes that I keep in the freezer and put it in after making the matcha. So I'm going to try... I'm going to do a taste test real quick. Y'all ready? Okay. Sippy time. Sippy time. No idea if this is going to work or not. Doesn't quite work, unfortunately. Nah. The problem is that there's not enough lemonade. So if I do this again, I'm going to add more lemonade. It's not a tragic fail. It's just kind of, it's not quite matcha. It's not quite lemonade. So it's just sort of a disappointing version of both. Yeah, not quite right. Yeah, this was an experiment. This is not a disappointment. It is honing in. If something doesn't work, then congratulations, you have made a step toward making something good. I'll still drink it. I think that the matcha is going to have to be an accent to the lemonade. If it will work. I don't know that it's going to work. It's going to need more sugar. The lemonade I have maybe doesn't have enough sugar. No pretzel, never say that again. Who up kenning they pendusi? The Tharwatha, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Thank you very much. Hey, okay. Where did the hype train ended at level 11? Oh my god. Goodness gracious. Is there... Oh, okay. What is our record? We're gonna have to see. One day we'll do a subathon, and maybe we can break that record. Hey, Lumpy. Lumpy Touch. Hi there. Watermelon and matcha. Oh. Okay. Might have to try that. I bet that will work better. A blend of past and future combined together to make something not as good as either. Oh, also, I have begun listening to a podcast, a new podcast. Well, you know, the podcast isn't new, but it's one I haven't listened to yet. I've been listening to Well, There's Your Problem, which has been extremely enjoyable. However, there is one big struggle that I have with it, and that's that Justin sounds distressingly like Jabroni Mike. So every time he starts talking, there's a little mental lurch where I think I'm talking or listening to Mike. Vegetables. Just a little bit. He's like if Mike said come less. Also, I saw Ompuko in here. Hey, Ompuko. I want you to know that a tweet of yours lives rent-free in my head. It's like, love being sheep, love to bleat. That it lives in my head rent-free. Love being owl, love to hoot. What the fuck? Throttle. Oh, it's Mike choking out chat. Mike derangement syndrome. I swear to God. I swear to God, he sounds so much like Mike. Boy, you little... Bro literally tweeted bleats the other day. Yes, he did. I saw that. Goobwalk is so good. We got Goobwalk and Boogwalk now. Okay, wait, there's Goob and... Oh, I see. It's not just a reversed one because there's no bandage on the other cheek. Oh, that's so cute. Boogwalk. I'm Jabroni Mike. I'm the one speaking right now. My pronouns are come and comes. I want to hang out with Mike again, soon. No, Whiskey is never going to give me the $19 Fortnite gift card. You all know. Okay, so a long time ago, way back in the day, I won a game show that Whiskey Dingo was putting on. And he said, like, you will win a $19 Fortnite gift card. And I never got the $19 Fortnite gift card. So, like, in subsequent streams, I said, hey, Whiskey, where's my $19 Fortnite gift card? And he said, you'll get it if you win this one. And then I won again. And I still have not seen that $19 Fortnite gift card. Now he's just straight refusing to give it to me. You want to know the best part about it, though? I refuse to buy any skins or anything in Fortnite. So I would redeem it, I would get the $19 worth of V-Bucks, and I would keep them in my account and never spend them. No, I would not even get Peter Griffin. No, I would... At this point, the default skin... Imagine playing Fortnite, right? Imagine playing Fortnite and getting killed by someone with the default skin. Imagine if I trained, if I got really good at Fortnite and only used the default skin. That would be powerful. Go to tournaments. I could tilt people. I would... That would be so much. It would be powerful. The problem is I don't really care enough about Fortnite to actually do it, but it would be really funny. Am I good at Fortnite? No. I'm good at a few things. I got good at Guns of Icarus. I got decent at Gigantic. What other games did I got? Oh, I did play Fractured Space competitively. Won a tournament. Evolve. I did get very good at Evolve. Legitimately good. I think that Guns of Icarus still exists. That's a poll. I was at the center of the competitive scene. I was the primary caster. I stopped playing competitively so I could cast. I became the go-to, which felt pretty good. Evolve is only technically still playable, and Gigantic is back. It's true. The problem is I've kind of moved on. That's my problem. Like, I had mourned Gigantic already. Yeah, look at me now. I stopped casting Guns of Icarus because I started... Oh, why did I quit Guns of Icarus? I think that was significantly before Down the Rabbit Hole. Pretty sure. No, it was right before down the rabbit hole. Any plans to play Fortnite on stream? I'll play with like Mary and some other VTubers, I'm sure. $19 Fortnite gift card? You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you're not a furry. Tea with chocolate milk? That's not gonna work. I have some friends who play Guilty Gear, but I can't say that that's one that I really want to get into. Right now, my game is Foxhole. And my games are Foxhole, Stellaris, Total Warhammer 3, Foxhole mostly, when I do play. Haven't been able to play much of anything, and Helldivers. Those are kind of my games right now. Yeah. I'm excited to get Xander into Foxhole. And Erndale as well. His awakening just launched. Oh my god, my awakening is going to be launching this Friday. I'm scared. Is Total Warhammer 3 in a good place? Yeah, absolutely. It's in a better place than it's ever been, I would say. Oh yeah, Spicy Lizard. They've discovered the furries. They're not going deep into the furry fandom. They're just kind of skirting the edges, but they're definitely playing to them. Hey everyone. Before I completely melt, why don't we actually... Okay, no. You know what we want to do? You know what we want to do? You know what we want to do? We want to look at art. Oh my god, okay. I have not seen this. I have looked at the art tag before now. But, oh, Mint! Mint commissioned something. This is too precious. Are you kidding me? Look at. 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 It's so cute. It's a little knitted plush. It's a baby. It's so cute. Oh, the little the little hair. Oh, it's so precious, and the tufts. Oh my god, this is so cute. This is so perfect. Oh, the baby. Oh, gotta get checked. All right, he does need the sniffer. Everyone, give him the sniffer check. Oh, that is so precious. Cat's gotta give him the check. Oh, cradle the boy. Oh, very throwable. Don't throw him. No, the baby. Don't throw him. Don't throw him. He's too precious. But Mint commissioned LPT Kusa. Toy maker. For a plush. Yeah. It's so perfect. Don't soak him in milk. You'll never get that. You know what's going to happen. If you soak him in milk, the smell's never going to go away. We learned that from Kangol. Kurt Angle. Oh my god. Come. You get dreadlocks. Perk Angle.
Oh my god! Come!
Thank you. Oh, that is too precious though. Oh, and look at this from Mont Blanc. This is precious. Eeh. Out of the way. I did. But look at. After seeing Fred and Senti talk about literature and literary analysis, it made the brain happy. Seeing two of my comfort streamers brighten my day. Oh, Senti is very comfy. I wanna hang out with Senti sometime, whether in VR chat or elsewhere. This is so cute. Senti is very sweet. I'd love to talk about books with Senti sometime. I love it. And this was also really cute. Corner Lady made us in fantasy tower defense style. The whole ASTRALINE crew. Look at this. Senti is well spoken, it's true. This is precious. Oh, and look. Our little fellas are with us. There's a tiny owlet and a little Mr. Finland and a little Sven and an ink dog. These are... Oh, this is precious. Love this. Bink. Don't Oh, corner lady, you're here. Yeah, I absolutely love this. When will Nick have a sidekick? I'm sure that's coming. I'm actually not 100% sure. The owlets... I'm really glad that owlets came so naturally. Owlets are my big naturals. Nick does have a sidekick. You. Thanks. Oh, and you guys, we have a sketch page. Look it. From Starry Feathers, of course. Thrusty damage. Yes, okay, I think I figured out what it was. The reason my throat was hurting was because I was singing to myself too much. I would just belt songs to myself. And it was tiring out my throat because I was also doing so much talking. Too many songs in the key of Catboy. Shut up. There's my sneak.
To that. Sing to us instead.
I need to... I know that I need to do my karaoke stream. I'm just nervous. Yeah, Hurricane, I know. If I'm gonna sing, I need to warm up. Or I need to sing more gently. Oh, good. There's, the horrifying BB-8. Damaged Thrushy. I hate this. It is revolting. More? Please. And Demi. Swinging and bapping. Oh, Demi's precious. We appreciate Demi in this house. Demi good. Demi quality. Demi was great. Like, we should definitely... You guys want Demi on more? Burning... Demi. The little... More streams with Demi. Yes. Okay. We definitely... I mean, like, we already have plans for more Demi. Yeah, I saw Demi's getting married! Demi. I feel really bad. One of my first interactions with Demi's fiance, now fiance, was me sticking my foot in my mouth hard. Ooh. That was embarrassing. Oh yeah, we will be doing more wrestling. Schlock. Sorry, did you need to draw me as Link? No, not literally. Some people don't know what that means. If they don't know what it means, then they're Zoomers and they deserve to be confused. No, I'm kidding. If you are under 18, why the fuck are you here? Oh, there's the radioactive plate. God, that's horrifying. Yeah, I know it's Twink Link. Don't... I'm gonna scream. Also, there's the horrifying AI dancer. That is awesome. It's the fingers. The fingies. That is properly horrifying. Also, everyone was harmed in the making of this video. Is that me as Gowron? You thought it was the Merryweather Media NSFW model of me. I'm gonna
Fred,
scream.
why do you look like that?
Shut up. I hate it here. This sucks. Stream done. I'm kidding. No, stream not done. Stream far from done. Oh my god. But thank you, Starry, I think. Thank you for the bits. You should play a Zelda game. I don't do a lot of gaming on this stream, but I will have a capture card soon. So it's not off the table. Might do some off streams after I move, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna game, but I'm gonna stream it. Like if I'm gonna play a game, I might do that, depending on the game, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna game when I have time. Oh, corner lady. You know what? I might hit you up about that. You are welcome to lurk, though. I am a perennial lurker. I very rarely talk in people's chat. I'll talk, and sometimes I'll talk a couple of times, and then just not talk after that, even though I'm actually watching. You actually thought that the Mike Link Twink was my model being NSFW. Wait, seriously? I don't blame you for thinking that. I do not blame you for thinking that. Don't do a Link's on-screen celebration. Ban Alaman. They look exactly the same. I'm going to vomit. How dare... Cosmo, how dare you come in here and make your first time chat just Mike's Link emote? Tea. Great. Ban Cosmo. Cosmo arrives, immediately banned. You are both blonde-haired twinks. You guys ready for Ken Penders? Voice crack. You all ready for Ken Penders? Because, the blog Thanks Ken Penders from Bobby has a... No, Spectral, don't actually ban them. Also, hi, Spectral. Hi, Spectral. Everyone pet the owl. Pet the owl, 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 pet, 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 pet. We appreciate Spectral in this house. Yee. Good work, everyone. So, we are going to look at the entire review of Ken Penders' new... what do we... Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I'm hallucinating. Spectral, you're you. Spectral, you are good. Okay, you know... There are a very few people who make this world just sweeter by being in it. And one of them is Spectral. Like, Spectral, just by virtue of existing, makes the world a little sweeter and kinder. There are a scarce few people who are like that. Spectral is one of them. I've met like 3 people like that. I can count the number of people I've met like that on one hand. Okay. Hey, don't don't bet me after I say that. Okay. Are you all ready to learn about Ken Penders? Because let's zoom in here real quick so everyone can read a little bit easier. Here we go. Now, for those who weren't here for our previous Ken Penders stream, Ken Penders was the writer for some time, and also did a bunch of other work for the Sonic comics made by Archie. Ken Penders has kind of a weird history, because Archie screwed up their contracts, and due to some... Okay, he did some weird shit with the Sonic comics. And he won a lawsuit and gained the rights to all of his characters and the comics that he worked on. Yeah, Archie lost their contracts apparently in a fire, potentially. So, or they just didn't have them. Couldn't find them. Didn't organize right? Who knows? But now, Ken Penders has a remarkable amount of control over the Sonic comics that have been written, as well as the characters. He is known as Had a Bad Dream, Better Microwave the Baby. That nearly killed me. Now, Ken Penders is... Oh, take it easy, Netro. Ken Penders is an interesting individual. And there is one person wild enough to have... wait a minute, where was it? Hold on. I want to pull it up. Did someone message it to me? I feel like I saw it somewhere. Oh! Oh, shoot. Shoosh. I forgot the missing posters you made. We'll check that out in a minute. In a little bit. Where was it? Because I was informed... Wait. I was informed that right now, the author of the Thanks Ken Penders blog, Bobby, her game is on sale. Super Lesbian Animal RPG. It has an absurdly high rating on Steam. Like, it is absurdly highly rated. Like, 98%. Super Lesbian Animal RPG. Welcome in, Oceano. Where is it? Someone sent it to me and I'm going to go insane. Oh, you know what it was? It was on Twitter. Someone linked it. Here we go. Yes, Super Lesbian Animal RPG, Bobby's game, is currently on sale. 35% off. It has overwhelmingly positive reviews. Of 919 reviews, 99% of them are positive. I cannot imagine what the negative review, well, like the one negative review is. It has a very specific vibe to it. It is for a specific audience, and I appreciate that. It's the one negative review is Ken Penders. And his review just says gay. But we have a lot to get through today. How much, you ask? Yep. We have a lot. Not wrong. So, we're gonna start. By the way, Sundays normally are viewer contribution days. However, I wanted to give my community betters a little extra time to go through all of the contributions to make sure that we don't run out of material. Yeah, regular human guy in the corner. Are you all ready? I am going to ASMR this to try to save my voice because it is very, very long. Oh yeah, Pyramid Head Crab, not hiding at all what she is. I am absolutely going to order a copy of the Lara-Su Chronicles Beginnings. So everyone, get comfy, because it's time for the Lara-Su Chronicles Bobby's review. The day has finally come. Many, understandably, thought we'd never get here. Maybe we shouldn't have gotten here. We've been through so much. Lawsuits, reboots, redesigns, unreleased NFTs, empty legal threats over the fact that Movie Knuckles has a dad, an attempt to license out Scourge the Hedgehog to fans that immediately got cancelled in both meanings of the term, and many, many idiotic Twitter controversies. But now, here we are. 13 years after first announcing it in the middle of his legal battles with Archie and Sega that changed the American Sonic comics forever, former writer Ken Penders has released the first part of his new series, the Lara-Su Chronicles. Yes, I had to buy the book. I had to take one for the team. Look at the fucking URL of this blog, a blog I've been using to talk about the American Sonic comics for nearly a decade, while the specter of this book loomed in the distance. The one time I've actually been paid to write an article about anything in any professional capacity, it was an article about the Penders lawsuits. I'm cited on his Wikipedia page. There was no way I was going to skip reviewing this, and there was no guarantee that scans would ever turn up online, given the incredibly small audience for this trash. Only 166 people pre-ordered this, and even that number feels way higher than it should be. No, I had to pre-order it to ensure I could get a copy and cover it for the blog, even if that meant my name would be forever immortalized in the list of supporters in the back of the book. These are the sacrifices I must make as a woman who stumbled ass backwards into being an amateur Archie Sonic historian. Oh my gosh. Why ever did he think this was print ready? This isn't weed, Scoob. So, what exactly is in this book? How much of it is new? How bad is it? How did we even get here in the first place? How can this exist without Sega pursuing legal action? What happens next? And, most importantly, why are there multiple depictions of an Archie Sonic character breastfeeding in this book? I'm going to need these pets. I think this is the proper face for reading this. Well, I'm here to answer those questions as best I can, and in agonizing detail. First, for those just tuning into this decades-long saga, or those who maybe don't know the full story, here's a refresher on the background info. What the hell is this? The Lara-Su Chronicles is Ken Penders' long-dreaded, long-awaited continuation of his 1994 to 2006 run on Archie Sonic, ignoring everything written after he left by other writers like Ian Flynn. In particular, it picks up from the cliffhanger ending of the 2003 and 2004 arc Mobius 25 years later, which was set in what Ken considers the definitive, canonical future of the series. It stars Knuckles' daughter from that future era, Lara-Su, among other new and returning characters. The project was first announced near the start of Ken's legal battle with Archie in 2011, and he's been posting work-in-progress previews online for about a decade. Now, after all this time, a Lara-Su Chronicles book finally exists. We'll get to the actual contents of that book in a bit. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to post on Twitter that we are actually getting to the article now. Because sometimes people are like, oh, I'll come in like 3 hours. Let me just use this. Get in here. Here we go. I figured that would be good courtesy. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 18 months, Nintendo Donut. There we go. I am ordering people to get in here. Just thought it would be kind to give people the heads up. Yeah, unfortunately. The lemonade matcha is not great. Oh, the link, by the way, if you want the link to what I am reading out loud, if you have to leave at some point and you want to read the rest, there's the link. Can we get that pinned? We need more of that dinky-ass Kirby song. I think you're right. Here we go. I think this is it. Yes, here we go. Oops. Probably a little loud. Down. There. Probably still a little loud. There. How's that? He can do that without getting in trouble with Sega? Believe it or not, yes he can. Thanks to the outcome of Archie Comics' woefully mismanaged lawsuits against Ken, yes, they sued him after he started filing for copyrights, not the other way around, he now has full legal ownership of every story he wrote for Archie Sonic and every character he created for the series. This was explicitly granted to him in the terms of the settlement between him and Archie, acting on behalf of Sega. He can even reprint his old Sonic material as is to his heart's content. The main catch is just that he can't write new stories featuring Sega characters or trademarks, and his new stories also have to be distinct from Sonic at a glance to avoid confusing readers. As such, reprints can't use Sonic iconography on the cover. A few Sega characters, mainly Knuckles, have been renamed and slightly redesigned in the new stories, and the art style has been changed to less closely resemble Sonic. But otherwise, he can do whatever he wants with his own characters. Captain Erica, thank you for the 25 months. Thank you very much. All of this is because Archie lost the original copy of Ken's work-for-hire contract that signed over the rights to his work. Without that, or any alternative that was considered permissible in court, his comics and characters are the property of their creator by default. Yes, those old comics are full of Sega stuff, but Sega doesn't automatically own the copyright for every drawing of Sonic in existence. And Sega put their stamp of approval all over those comics and let them get sold at retail for decades, even though, in the eyes of the court, there was no legal paperwork granting them ownership of any of it. It's almost like they were unwittingly distributing a fan comic for years and declaring it a fair use of their property, and now there's no takesies backsies. It's a strange and unique copyright situation. Again, they worked all this out in the settlement. And yes, fans have long speculated that Ken stole and destroyed his own contract to regain the rights to his work, but frankly, Archie was so incompetent throughout the lawsuit, it went so bad that they had to fire and replace their lawyers midway through, that I completely buy the idea of them just losing important legal documents. Burn-eyed? You should be scared. Hehehehe. Good to see you. Also, in case it needs to be spelled out, while Ken's a weirdo, it's ultimately a good thing for creatives everywhere that Archie lost their lawsuit against Ken. We do not want to live in a world where corporations can claim ownership of people's work without the contracts to back it up. That would be an incredibly dangerous legal precedent to set. And more comic creators and artists in general should own their own work. Corporations are not your friend. They'll delete your work for a tax write-off in a heartbeat. It's just bewildering that this guy, of all people, was the creator who ended up successfully getting his shit back, and that this is what he's doing with it. Is the text large enough, by the way? Here, I'll increase the size of the text for all of you. What about his old collaborators? Are they involved? Is he paying them? Let me hear Ellen Smallin self, move self. Ken is mostly doing the Lara-Su Chronicles solo, though he has, in fact, talked about compensating the artists involved in any material he's reprinting.
More like Fredrik Nutsack.
Got him, thanks for the 28 months. The ones who did give enough of a shit to get paid for a small-scale reprint of something they did 20 years ago anyway. On the subject of his collaborators, it's also, worth pointing out that Ken's wasn't the only contract that was lost. Most of the early Archie Sonic writers from before Ian Flynn's time seemed to be in the same boat as Ken, with the ownership of their stories and characters defaulting back to them. Again, Archie fucked up big time. But like I said, most of them don't really seem to give a shit. For most of them, Sonic was just a random temporary gig they took to pay the bills while Marvel was busy going bankrupt in the 90s, not the thing that defined their entire careers. The only other Archie Sonic contributor who's tried to do anything on the level of what Ken is doing was writer and editor Scott Fulop. In 2016, he attempted to sue Archie for the unauthorized use of what are now retroactively considered his copyrighted characters and stories, and he even announced a standalone comic about his most famous Sonic character, the recurring villain Mammoth Mogul, sort of a pastiche of DC's Vandal Savage and Marvel's Kingpin with wizard powers added for spice. However, Fulop lost his lawsuit because he didn't put together a particularly compelling case. Since then, he seems to have wiped all traces of his ill-advised Mammoth Mogul comic and his company, Narrative Arc Entertainment, from the internet. For now, this leaves the Lara-Su Chronicles the only project of its kind. Oh, teleporting helicopter. Thanks for subbing for 14 months and the Mogush. What about those other Archie Sonic reprints he just announced? At the time of writing, Ken is once again claiming that he's trying to get the band back together to reprint all of Archie Sonic, now under the bad new banner Floating Island Productions Mobian line, that I can't imagine he consulted literally anyone else on. So, look, as we've established, Ken can reprint his own stories. And if he can work something out with the other contributors whose contracts were lost, he can print their work too. But there is no fucking way he's getting his hands on Ian Flynn's run, which Sega undoubtedly holds the copyright for. Even if they don't, Ian needs to maintain a good working relationship with both Sega and IDW if he's to keep his job, so he'd never go for this. Not to mention that Ian and Ken just don't get along. Ken's whole plan here seems to be predicated on IDW going out of business, a thing he really wants to happen, and freeing up the Sonic comic license, after which he knocks on Sega's door and goes, "Hey, I've still got dirt on you guys," blackmailing them into giving him the Sonic license back so that he can reprint the later comics. Every step of this plan is ludicrous. It's never gonna happen. He's been saying he wants to reprint the whole series for a few years now, though. This isn't really anything new. And despite his lofty plans that set Sonic Twitter ablaze, he quickly backpedaled. The only specific things in the works right now are a 2-volume omnibus of all of his Knuckles stories and a collection of artist Scott Shaw's work on the very early Archie Sonic issues, since they're on good terms with each other. I have no idea how Ken plans on packaging these when he can't put any Sega characters or the Freedom Fighters on the covers, but these projects are small enough in scale that there's a decent chance they'll see the light of day. Scott Shaw only did, 5 issues, but anything beyond that, I'll believe it when I see it. Or, this could have all just been a publicity stunt for his new book. I wouldn't put it past him. Let's just focus on the book that actually exists. This feels like a down the rabbit hole topic. Yeah. It has that feeling, doesn't it? So he finally did it? He made a whole Lara-Su book? It's out? He finished it? Yes and no. The book that's out now is the Lara-Su Chronicles Beginnings, a prologue for the series of 7 graphic novels Ken somehow plans on making, even though it's taken him 13 years to put out literally anything new. I don't know whether or not this counts as book 1 of 7, because it only features 30 pages of new comics. 30 and a half if I'm being generous. Most of the book is actually just a reprint of his infamous Archie Sonic storyline, Mobius 25 years later, which ran from issue 131 to 144 in 2003 to 2004. Again, yes, he can reprint this, he just can't put Sonic on the cover. Why is it infamous? Well, Ken had been building anticipation for this future era of the series for basically his entire run. We kept seeing King Sonic and Queen Sally from the future. Knuckles' entire backstory hinges on his dad having a vision of this future. Several years before Silver the Hedgehog was created, it was Lara-Su who was Sonic's equivalent to future Trunks, the cool-looking child of one of the main characters. Wait. Okay.
I remember you telling us of Shylali's bowel issues she told you about. I still refuse to touch my Shylali blowhole blast gamer subs after hearing that.
Thanks for the 25 months, Shala. Yeah, no, that was live during, I believe it was Iron Mouse's Lethal Company event. Let's see. It was Lara-Su who was Sonic's equivalent to future Trunks, the cool-looking child of one of the main characters who traveled, here I'll zoom in a little bit more, who traveled back in time to try and prevent a dark future. Believe it or not, yes, there was hype for Lara-Su. And then we finally got M25 years later, and none of that cool stuff happened. Instead, it really ended up being about how unbearably boring the middle-aged Sonic, Knuckles, Sally, and co. are in this peaceful future where Robotnik is dead and they're all married with kids, forced into traditional nuclear family gender roles. Lara-Su is present, but she mostly just does generic teen girl stuff and complains about how Knuckles won't let her do anything, even though she really wants to be the new guardian of Angel Island, like, super bad. Come on, Dad. In its original printing, this meandering arc ended on an abrupt time travel cliffhanger that Ken was never able to follow up on before he left Archie in 2006. This new printing slightly changes that ending, using the unresolved timey-wimey shenanigans as a convenient excuse to alter the entire timeline. This creates the slightly different world of the Lara-Su Chronicles, where the few relevant Sega-owned characters have been replaced and everyone is 10 times uglier. After this, we finally get 2 short new stories picking up where M25YL left off. The Storm, starring Acorn Kingdom super spy and known creep Jeffrey St. John, and an early release of the first chapter of the Lara-Su Chronicles, Shattered Tomorrows, the first full TLSC graphic novel, TLSC being the Lara-Su Chronicles. And now that we're all on the same page about what we're looking at, let's actually talk about the book. Yeesh. Just, take a moment to let this sink in. Okay, hold on. VTubers, right? Okay. We gotta figure out, like, who's who in this. So we have Tobbs, the skunk. Like, I just see the skunk and I think of Tobbs. Every one of these faces is an emote. God, look at them just staring. And there's just a random human guy. Yeah. Random black dude. The man never flipped the... Not a single gorm. Human is moist critical. Kind of the smile has the energy of moist critical. Let's start by beating a dead horse. The cover art. It's still bad. But why is it bad? The cover is, of course, based on Patrick Spaziante's cover from Archie Sonic number 131, the start of the Mobius 25 years later arc. Ken did the layouts for that cover, though, so in the eyes of the law, he's the original creator who owns that cover. That cover was, itself, a tribute to the iconic cover of Giant Size X-Men number 1 by Gil Kane and David Cockrum, the issue that introduced the version of the team with Wolverine, Storm, Nightcrawler, etc. Is that tails? Just like grizzled tails on the right. This music's gonna drive me crazy. Titan tail, old tails. Ken seems to have forgotten that the point of both these covers was to hype up the arrival of a new cast of characters. The new guys are supposed to make a dramatic entrance front and center. That's the focal point. Meanwhile, the cover for Beginnings has the old timeline versions of the cast from Archie Sonic dramatically bursting out of a shattered crystal ball, while their new counterparts look on in mild bemusement. Yeah, you notice something I would personally like to point out. Notice how nobody's really, like, only two of the characters are looking at what's happening. Everyone else is just kind of there in the background. If they're even bothering to look at all, since most of the characters here are just copied and pasted from their profile pages. That's right, you guys. It's a copy-paste job for the cover. For the cover. These are all copy-pasted. We already saw some copy-paste that Paige showed us. That's just not how you do this particular homage. The point is supposed to be out with the old, in with the new. And why are they using a crystal ball to view the past? Hell, why are they even using a crystal ball at all? The original arc was presented as a magical version of the future, courtesy of Tails' uncle Merlin, don't ask. But the new story leans all the way into being futuristic sci-fi. Of course, there is no real artistic intent at play here. The old versions of the characters are placed front and center in the crystal ball simply because Ken traced over Spaziante's original art of Lara-Su and Julie-Su, the only two characters on the Sonic cover he owns, and threw out the rest, ruining the composition in the process. Look at the awkward empty space where Sonic, Sally, and Rotor once were, and the new drawing of the character formerly known as Knuckles, who's no longer properly centered between his wife and daughter. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be Knuckles. It is... I think what's really maddening about this, to me, is that in the past, he did this composition. He presumably knew, he understood elements of composition, and he had to understand what made this good, right? He had to understand what he was doing, to some extent. And then it's like, in the intervening 13 years, he just forgot. It's like, there are two possibilities. He either has, like, extremely advanced dementia, where he's forgetting everything about his craft, or someone else did it for him. Because it seems like he kind of feels like someone who might have had floaties in the form of editors. And the moment those floaties were taken off, he started to sink. I don't think Ken really understands the craft anymore. Let's see. Even if Ken can claim ownership of the cover because he did the original layout, this all just feels scummy and lame. And yeah, if it needs to be said, the new characters and Ken's new rendering style look like absolute fucking dog shit. Putting new Lara-Su directly next to old Lara-Su does her no favors. The shattered glass effect looks absolutely atrocious. I could go on, but we'll have plenty of time to talk about the art style when we see how bad the stories inside look. God, yeah, this looks really bad. That shattering effect is...
T-Owl Dumpy.
Exactly. Welcome in, Quick the Quick. Thanks for the 3 months. Something that always strikes me is... I feel like people who have been around for like a year, 2 years, right? That's very, it's really impressive just on its face. But I feel like the subs that stick out to me the most nowadays, just right now, right, in my current brain cycle, is the 2-month subs, the 3-month subs. Because those are the people who stuck around for a month and said, yeah, more. Those are the people who are dipping into the madness. Welcome in. That's exactly what Mint says. Mint and I are drift compatible. Changes to Mobius 25 years later. Overall, 99% of Mobius 25 years later is presented identically to its original printing. Sonic, Sally, Knuckles, et al. Are still present with no changes to their names and no tweaks to the art. Oh, Pepper Mage, thank you. Speaking of, thank you for the 2 years. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Even the original cover for issue 131 is included only a few pages into this book, with its Archie, Sonic, and Sega logos still intact and everything. Oh, Yale message. Thanks for the 3 months. Yeah, speaking of, yeah, you want more. Oh, I'll give you more. I look forward to hurting you. Again, because of the weird copyright situation described above, these pre-existing comics can be released without any changes. There is exactly one bizarre change to the art though, where a hand-drawn shot of Angel Island is replaced with an unfitting photo background and the ugly floating island photo bash that Ken has been using as his personal logo for decades. I think he only did this as part of a test for his motion comic app that nobody asked for. I don't know why this had to make it into the print version. It's like the book is firing a warning shot for what's to come if you keep reading. That is... What the f... He discovered Photoshop. Look at that. Oh, welcome in, Ara. Everyone, could we give Arapog a quick check? Make sure they're okay. Fresh chatter. God, that is bad. Why? Why would you plop that in? Giants deep. Nothing. Also, wait a minute. Angel Island is the place where, like, everyone is supposed to live, right? Like, Angel Island is huge. There's a whole city, right? Correct? Or am I misremembering? No. Is it supposed to be small? Because you can see individual trees. Just Knuckles. Well, Angel Island, isn't that supposed to have a city in... Yeah, it's where all the echidnas and their slaves are. Yes, but you can see the trees. It has like a couple dozen trees on it. What the heck? It's terrible. The new content begins on the final page of Mobius 25 years later. In the original wet fart of a cliffhanger ending, Sonic and Co. accidentally alter the timeline with an old time machine of Robotniks, and Lara-Su begins to fade away. Then, after every... Wait, isn't that just... Yeah, slaves. Don't... Go and check out the other stream I did, or look at Bobby's blog to see more info about that. But yes... Heh. The dingo underclass. Ken Penders was an interesting person. He's fascinating. But Lara-Su fading away, isn't that a Back to the Future bit? Like, oh, you're messing with the timeline, and so now you're fading away, oh no. Then, after everything goes white, we just cut to the present-day heroes going, gee, you ever think about the future? In this new printing, that last bit has been cut, and the rest of the page has been awkwardly shrunk down so that Ken can fit in a new panel. We now see the hands of an off-screen villain, seemingly named Override, proclaiming that the Praetorian, Knuckles, has messed up the timeline again, and that they'll finally get their revenge. Look at the schlorpy art. How is someone in the business for decades and they just make such mushy art? Who is this Override? I have no fucking clue. The news stories in this book make no mention of them. You have to buy the next book to find out. My confusion over the identity of this villain overlaps with another big problem. Name changes. So many names and nouns have been arbitrarily changed in the Lara-Su Chronicles. I'm doing the thing where when I read for too long, I yawn. Like I'm not getting enough air. Okay. Echidna. Not sleepy. No, I'm not sleepy. I'm just not getting enough air. Okay. I'm okay. So many names and nouns have been arbitrarily changed in the Lara-Su Chronicles. Even ones Ken didn't have to change for copyright reasons, and I only know what half of them are replicating because Ken's been tweeting about this shit for years. You guys, I would like you to imagine some sort of narrative in which you can only understand what's going on if you've been following the person's Twitter the entire time. The possible audience for this is so minimal. Penders did the layouts in American Comics. Well, Penders did like all different things at different times for Archie Sonic. Like he did inking, he did lettering, he did coloring. Like he did everything. Sounds like most VTuber drama. Yeah, Redline. No wonder I'm always so confused. I just stay out of VTuber drama. Just don't touch it. Partially because I'm not interested. God, I don't care. I got shit to do. Okay. Yes, the Echidnas are now a totally original alien race called the Echidna. Even in flashbacks to events from Mobius 25 years later attempting to mimic the old art style, if it's on a new comic page, they're gonna call themselves Echidna. Okay. Okay, hold on. I have a thought. We need a sound effect for this. We need a sound effect because new bit. This is worth it. Let me think. like nya. What's a good sound effect? Fart with reverb. Neko arc. I want like bells jingling. Something cute. Something to like really up the cuteness factor. We'll do that. Here we go. Bring the music down a little. I think. Has the music been too loud? Here we go. If it's on a new comic page, they're gonna call themselves Echidna. Evil Echidna faction, the Dark Legion, is now the Cyber Dark Dominion, hailing from the Cyber Dark Colony. Louder. Don't worry, I got it louder. The Brotherhood of Guardians is still the Brotherhood of Guardians, but now the main Guardian is called the Praetorian. Angel Island is still called the Floating Island, like it was in the older Archie comics, but it's also sometimes called Avian. When I read this, I wasn't sure if he had randomly renamed Albion, the other Echidna city from the Archie comics, but no. Now we have Albion and an Avian. Sally is mentioned simply as Princess Acorn, while Sonic is referenced once as an unnamed blue-spined Erinacinae. Using the... How do you pronounce that? Erinacinae. Erinacinae? Using the scientific name for hedgehog to make it sound more sci-fi. In an incredibly ballsy move, Ken even mentions Robotnik as the insurrectionist Kintobor, retaining his original surname from the Archie comics that's just Robotnik backwards. Guess Sega never trademarked that one. Oh, God, that is the worst. God, that is the... Look, there is one place where I will give a little bit of space for that kind of thing, and that's Alucard. That's fine. Alucard's fine. But anywhere else. Aside from every name change being a downgrade, this leads to confusion when you're not sure if something is supposed to be new or if it's just an Archie thing you're supposed to recognize despite having a new name and design. Is Override someone I'm supposed to know already? Am I just supposed to have read a fucking tweet from Ken where he said he changed the name of some existing villain to Override? The answer is no, but I had to term search his Twitter just to verify this. Moving on. Giraffarig is fine because Giraffarig backwards is Giraffarig. It is a palindrome. It is not just the name backwards. Muck backwards is fine, yeah. Oh my god. Muck. New story number 1. The Storm. If you've been following the work in progresses, this is that story about Jeffrey St. John that Ken's been posting previews of for almost a decade. The title page copyright dates it to 2015, and that absurdly long gestation is probably why the art is so inconsistent here. Even the style of speech bubbles and the font change between pages 2 and 3. This is a problem when there's supposed to be a deliberate and noticeable change in art style here, signaling the moment when the time travel stuff alters the timeline, replacing the Archie Sonic world with the Lara-Su Chronicles world. If you don't already know that that's what's going on, the idea isn't conveyed clearly at all. It just goes from one hideous art style to a slightly different one with no explanation. Hey look, it's Tobbs. This is Tobbs now. Eesh. Why does it have a chin? He saw what happened to Leafy and just started panicking. Said, I must give this skunk a chin. The main problem here is that Ken has hitched his wagon to a franchise about anthropomorphic animals when he can't draw furries to save his life. Though a bit later in the book, we'll also begin to wonder if he can even still draw humans. God, this is atrocious. What the fuck? Look, it's like a dog face and then human face? Erg. It's supposed to be a change in the timeline. Like, that's what's happening here, I believe. You get it? Like, oh, here's the change. Look at that. Like, dog face and then human, like, face meat. Oh my god, her face meat has turned malignant. It's growing up her face and is consuming her. Okay. New headcanon. The face meat on all hedgehog, like all Sonic characters, is kind of like the parasite in Scorn, and gradually it like starts growing and taking over the body. That's some Liefeld perspective on the gun. Yeah, what the heck is that gun? Oh my god,
We
wait.
could talk, Kabu, oh my god, what's wrong with your fur?
Oh my god, what? Alright, you know what? We're gonna have a couple of sound effects that I'm going to use as needs be.
You could talk. Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
There we go. Face meat is a very good term, and we appreciate Mike for his contributions to Sonic lore. So, I think what really fucks me up about this gun is that this is an MC Escher gun. Right? Because it's supposed to be pointing at this dog who's losing her body to her face meat. But this part of the gun is... it gets... so, presumably, right? Like, this is supposed to be straight. And so it should get narrower as you get closer to the barrel, but it gets wider as you get closer to the barrel. Maybe this is Ken's version of nude descending a staircase, which, by the way, is like one of my favorite pieces of like classic like artwork. The idea of it being you are seeing a person at all moments as they are descending a staircase. This. I love this. Yeah, it's experimental. What, this comic's experimental? This is really cool. It's one of those pieces of art where you look at it and you're like, wow, this is really weird and I don't really get what's going on. And then you hear the name and you go, oh, right? Like, hearing the name of the artwork transforms it in your head, right? Like, you look at this and you're like, whatever. This is called Nude Descending a Staircase. It's so cool. I don't know. I'm a huge fan. Yeah, this is Duchamp. Don't say wood. Yeah, right? It's cool. Anyway, that's not what this is. Stop saying wood. You know what? I'm gonna tweet about this. Let me save this. I am proud to be the streamer whose audience looks at nude descending a staircase by Marcel Duchamp and says wood. Midstream tweets. I'm so proud of all of you. There we go. I did it. This is you. I'm so proud. Hey, you bet me. Talks, nude, where pee-pee? Right here. Anyways, this gun's fucked up. I don't understand the perspective on this gun at all. This is... Yeah, hey guys, look, new Ompuko effect just dropped. The replies have started. What do you mean the replies have started? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck all of you. Show probable spam. Just wood. God, you all are the people of the... You people are the worst. Oh, Super Snack Bros. I think somehow you got filtered. Oh, no, I see. Thanks for the bits, Super Snack Bros. I don't know. I guess the best reasoning I have for why he fought so hard for something that he was just going to half-ass is because he has a very childlike idea of what creative work is. He thinks... He has this feeling of fictitious characters being real and, like, their canon is important. It's not real unless it's official, right? Fan fiction is not enough for this guy. It's not real if it's not official. And if you can make it official, then it becomes real. The problem is that he is profoundly incompetent. God, I hate this gun. I mean, you thought the gun was a tablet. I don't blame you. She has Belegda face. That Lara-Su will be real. Lara-Su is my wife, and I love her, and we live in a house on Angel Island, and she loves me very much, and we have 2 kids, and she makes very tasty dinners, just like my mom used to make. Which hand is holding the gun? It's supposed to be left. Love each other. The main problem here is that Ken has hitched his wagon to a franchise about anthropomorphic animals when he can't draw furries to save his life, though a bit later in the book we'll also begin to wonder if he can even still draw humans. He's shifted away from the cartooniness of the original designs and given them more human proportions and facial features. But this just ends up making them look incredibly uncanny and lumpy and gross. So lumpy you don't want to touch them. With some designs, he's trying to lean into more of a Star Trek alien vibe, but then he still insists upon retaining the giant sonic eyes on most characters, even though he has no idea how to make them emote. The rendering of these god-awful designs doesn't do them any favors either. Ken's going for more of a painterly look now, but it almost seems as though he's shading everything with Photoshop's burn and dodge tools that are designed to darken and lighten select areas of a photo. The result is a muddy, smudgy look that makes it feel like the color layer has been smeared in Vaseline. And it only looks worse after coming off of 14 chapters of M25YL that have way more palatable art.
You could talk, oh my God, what's wrong with your face?
We're going to be using that one a lot. They're playing hell with our sensors. I think the thing that annoys me the most, besides this dude... God, that facial hair is bad. Why does he look like a park ranger? He's dressed like a park ranger. Like, you have a dude in a futuristic sci-fi armor behind him, and he looks like he's about to scold you for not being sure to completely put out your fire during fire season. What does the patch on the hat say? Nothing. It's alien language. Look. It's nothing. Clean up that campsite, Shadow. That painterly. Painterly. The patch isn't angled properly. It isn't. It's like it was copy-pasted on. They all look kind of stoned. I feel like that would explain the way things are going generally. It was those anomalies that led to the emissary meeting with the Praetorian. What surprised us was Kobar accompanying them. God, this is bad. I think, like, what makes it worse is that it's a more realistic style, but these are no longer stylized quills. They're just tendrils. Meaty, fleshy tendrils. Yum, 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 yum. What do you think it would be like if you bit down on it? Like, would it be gummy? Yeah, Luca. Welcome in, Luca Bobuka. A fresh chatter, everyone. Can you give him a quick check? The backgrounds, too, are a complete mess. A jumble of low-res JPEG photo elements, sometimes with extremely noticeable pixelation, stock textures, and smooth digital gradients. There's no real sense of place here, and it gives everything a surreal, dreamlike quality where you can't really tell where anything is supposed to take place. The first story is seemingly set in a high-tech stronghold below Castle Acorn called The Bunker, but it could just as easily be confused for the bridge of a spaceship. This whole story features characters speaking to each other over floating video displays and hologram projectors from 3 different locations, but without a hologram effect and without a clear sense of where the characters are. It often feels like they're just in the same room as each other. Characters will be in one location on one photo background, and then the camera angle changes and they're in a completely different place because Ken just uses mismatched photos off of the internet.
A show of ineptitude 20 years in the making. It is Ken Penders.
Arundel, thank you for the 40 months. Hey man, how you doing? Congrats on your on your character's awakening launching on Friday. It's scary. Characters will be in one location on one photo background, and then the camera angle changes and they're in a completely different place because Ken just uses mismatched photos off the internet. It's been like 25 years since he first tried using photo backgrounds in the Archie comics, and he hasn't gotten any better at it. When I had my boyfriend read the book to see if it made literally any sense to him, it didn't, Anthony said this: "This is the kind of shit I'd see linked on a Second Life world that hasn't been touched since 2004. I think you really hit the nail on the head." Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's accurate. It's the granite ball dude from that Swedish dude's channel. Yes, it is. Erndil plays Samson Tuttle in Norfolk Wizard game. He is my table mate in Norfolk Wizard game. I think, let's see. Now, there's actually a contrarian part of me that thinks this might theoretically almost be kind of cool in sort of a messy counterculture way. I love weird indie shit. I was a Homestuck reader. But this isn't a scrappy mixed media zine or experimental outsider art from someone just messing around with Photoshop, or a loving throwback to weird old internet art, or even something intentionally bizarre and off-putting like Xavier Renegade Angel or a Pilot Red Sun video or whatever, where the fact that it's weird and ugly is part of the humor. This is supposed to be a sincere sci-fi epic drawing on Star Trek and Jack Kirby comics made by a guy who's been drawing comics professionally since the 80s. This is supposed to look good. This is supposed to compete with mainstream comics that are on sale right now. He thinks any day now IDW is going to go out of business and Sega will come crawling back to him so that he can stamp the Sonic logo on shit like this. It just doesn't work. Oh God. Also, it's the same face. Look. I'd like to make a point. Same face. Same drawing. Very clearly copy-pasted. Also, of course.
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
God, this is like, it doesn't work. The giant eyes really make it bad. The giant eyes really are atrocious here. I see you've been talking to Kobar. We've been looking at the underlying buildup of forces emanating from Sector 42. It's not even mirrored, it's just the same thing. God, that is bad. Why is she straddling the chair like that? Stop. But okay, it's ugly. We knew it would be ugly. But that ugliness would be much easier to accept if it was in service of an otherwise genuinely good story. So what about the writing? After all this time, how does Ken choose to kick off this new saga? Well, credit where credit's due, The Storm feels like a proper continuation of Ken's writing style from Mobius 25 years later. Because it's 11 pages of characters standing around and talking while nothing fucking happens. Here's the synopsis. A dog woman named Brownie, an ensign in the Royal Secret Service fresh out of training and the only character who's almost cute, walks up to Jeffrey to deliver a report. He's immediately suspicious of her, asking who let her in and if she's a spy for Elias, Sally's brother if you're new here, or Alicia, Sally's mom. The art style suddenly shifts when the timeline is altered, but the scene continues uninterrupted. Jeffrey points a gun at Brownie when she won't say whose spy she is. Jeffrey is distracted by a call and proceeds to have a conversation via a mix of holograms and video screens with Remington, head of Echidnopolis Security, Spectre, Knuckles' great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, the one with the helmet who always looks evil, and a new scientist character named Dr. Zephyr/Zephyr. The spelling of this character's name changes multiple times throughout the 11-page story because I guess 9 years wasn't enough time to spell check this shit. Dude, did he read his own story? What the fuck? Good. Oh, please. God. You know what? Good. Zephyr. Maybe it's two different people. They say a bunch of made-up technobabble nonsense about how it looks like the timeline was just altered and Knuckles and co. seem to be involved. It's complete drivel that I'm not even going to try to make sense of. Everyone decides to investigate further and the conversation ends. Brownie tells Jeffrey she's his spy, then walks out and implies she's actually Alicia's spy in her inner monologue. To be continued. Yes, that's it. It's really just a bunch of technobabble where some characters talk about how it seems like the timeline has been fucked with. That's it. The whole time Jeffrey doesn't even get up out of his damn chair, which he's of course sitting in backwards to show how cool he is. That's a dude. It's a dude. Okay. To be fair, none of these characters look distinct in the slightest. A femboy. We did it, everyone. We found Twink Death. Cats. It looks like the Cats musical a little bit. Yes. Femboys at age 30. Depends. Very much depends. Let's see. The whole time, yep. It's just 11 pages of Jeffrey sitting in his chair and talking to people and looking uglier than he's ever looked. Nothing happens. 9 years for this. Oh, Jeffrey is also sitting in his chair backwards. Oh. Oh, you're right. They all are. Sitting backwards in your chair is comfy for like all of 2 minutes. I'm also struck by how meaningless all of this is to anyone who hasn't read Archie Sonic. It's the added context from Mobius 25 years later may help a little, but The Storm focuses on characters who weren't in that arc, and the story does very little to introduce who any of them are. Brownie could have been super useful as an inexperienced point of view character who's only meeting the others for the first time here, but instead she's really just a passive observer who's here as part of some kind of 4D chess game between Jeffrey and Alicia, an off-screen character whose motivations in this era of the story are completely unknown to even returning readers. Who are the good guys and bad guys here? What are the conflicts and the stakes of the story moving forward? What do these characters want? Basic questions like this aren't really answered. I can't imagine a new reader being able to make heads or tails of this. Hell, I can't really imagine a returning reader who hasn't been following the last decade's worth of Ken's tweets about this story making heads or tails of it either. Maybe more will happen in the next story? Who the fuck has a Sonic Totem emote? Hi, Slubs. The cool youth pastor sitting method. Accurate. Slubbs, how you doing? How are you doing, Joyce? I'm sorry I do this voice every time. I just see Slush and I'm like, good dog. Just dog. I want to abwabwa. Tails gets trolled is more coherent than this. You're right. You partaking in the Fwebwick? Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you are here. You pet that dog? Yeah, pet that dog. News story number 2. Your Richard F outfit came in for the Ren Fair. Nice. Oh my god. Enjoy. Oh my god. Okay. Before we do the next section, you guys, I got cucked. I remember when I said remember when I said I ordered a big screen Beyond, right? Like, I'm really excited for this headset, which is so small, it's more like, yeah, okay, yeah, we're Gregoring. I'm very excited for this headset, and I get an email, right? Like, hey, we are shipping, like, we're shipping your thing. And I'm like, oh my god. And I open the email. And I'm like, oh my god. No, I look at when it's arriving. I'm like, oh my god, it's coming really soon. And then I look closer and I see they're not shipping the headset. They're shipping the storage can. They sent me an email to tell me that they are shipping the storage can before they send me the headset. I got blue-balled. This isn't... I don't think I got cocked this time. I got blue-balled. I cannot believe it. Yeah, I did the measurements for the headset already. It ended up, I think it's accurate because it ended up being the same as the distance I put for my index. The same thing happened to you. Where do they store the VR? I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna put it on my desk. It's very funny. I get why they're doing it. They ship things as they have availability, but it's just very funny. Why spicy? Thanks to the 15 months man called Brand. Blue ball them. Okay, news story number 2. You ready? After another message from Ken, the story of the Lara-Su Chronicles proper begins with the redesigned Lara-Su walking along a JPEG photograph beach at sunset and crying while thinking about how Knuckles, sorry, his name is Knox now, is dead. Yep, straight into the dad stuff. Oh, that is bad. Oh, why can't I escape toes today? Oh. Woof. Woof. Don't licka. God, you people are the worst. No one ever said life was fair. Hold on. No one ever said life was fair. Welcome in, Darianto Deluxe. New chatter. Hold on. We're gonna... Oh my god. Wait, what's happening? Smash. Next question. Wood. You people are the worst. I hate it here. Wood. Why was Caldero's wood marked as spam? God, you people are the worst. I hate this. Anyways, I wanted to do something. Oh, Mint just tweeted Delicate Steve. Delicate Steve? Delicate Steve. I like it. So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Nya 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 nya. Goat is spam. Pack in can. Yeah, I'm afraid we're gonna have to ban Caldero for being spam. God, that's bad. She's like sitting on a photograph of a rock. Like, this is a photograph. This is just a photograph. Oh my god. The resolution on this photograph sucks. You can see the individual pixels. Look at this. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me vomit. Oh, and he carved out the wave in Photoshop. And he drew attention to the carving out. Because he put it over the text box. Why? Oh, look at the... Oh, this is atrocious. And it looks like she's sinking into the water. Like, none of this works. Yeah, this is crusty. Why did he pick a crusty JPEG? What the shit? Why would you do this? Hi, Chai. We got Chai, we got Chilubs, we got Puko, we had Hina earlier. We got Erndil. We got like a bunch of people. We got Chocolate. I got my friends in here. Anyways, I'm hurting my friends. This just means I'm hurting more friends. God, this is bad. Why would you pick such a low resolution photograph for this? Yeah, Spectral's here. What the fuck? This is... It's like he is actively picking the worst design choices. The F, yes, I have been told this frequently. Why would he do this? I am so confused. Like, this is clearly too low of a resolution for what he wants to use it for. Why use this one? Did he just search sunset on Google and use the first thing that came up? Hold on. I'm going to do that. Sunset. I'm looking. It's kind of hard because they're sort of covered up, but... Wait. I'm looking. Wait. This can't be it. He cut off so much of it is the problem. No way. Wait. I'm trying to line it up. No, this one's not it. I want to see if he just Googled sunset. Though it's been a long time, right? Not that one. A reverse Google image. No, there's not enough available. I I want to find the image that he used. Wait. 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 Is this it? Wait. Is this it? Wait. Just color correct it a little bit? Is this it here? No, don't think so. But it's really zoomed in is the problem. Nah. What about... Well, the waves are different. The waves, I think, aren't a part of the photograph. He took a photograph of a sunset, put it behind a photograph of the ocean. It's using the clouds on the side. I think you're right. Ugh, I can't quite find it. I don't think this is it. It's too flat. Alfma! Alfma, you're back! Try flipping it? Ooh. I can't keep doing this. No, he didn't. Like, I'm convinced he didn't paint over it because you can see the pixels. If he painted over it, he would have done it at a higher resolution, right? Alfie, how are you doing? I miss you too. I'm looking forward to getting to hang out with you this week. Also, Goat Test T, thanks for the 19 months. Your EP, yeah, it's late. Sort of. Also, man called Brand. Yeah, I did call you out. Good. Did I miss anyone? Hope I didn't miss anyone. I am going mad. I can't be looking for it. Like, look, this is mostly just a shitty Photoshop. You have a sunset in the background, then you have ocean that's carved out and put in front of that with rocks, and then you have star. Oh my god. Oh my god, look! He just... It's like he used an automatic tool to carve out the water. This is not custom. This is just using a Photoshop tool, hitting the left mouse button once, and being like, you know what? Good enough. Gidget, hi there. It's a wand tool. Magic wand in paint. Yeah, everyone can notice this. It's just magic wand. He magic wanded it. How are you doing, Guy? You love the desert space lasagna we're looking at. It really... You know what? It is lasagna. Because we have layers. So many layers. I pet the Kijit. I pet key. Hold on. I pet the cat. Pet the cat, pet the cat, pet the cat. Oh, Indy, thanks for gifting us up to Grizzly Boar. Everyone hug Chai. Good, cat's being pet. There you go, Rate Lore. Do it, I smell. Wait, your defense is that you stink. I see. Well, good thing for you, Chai. There is a skunk in this comic. Was it Jeffrey St. John? God, I hate this. Look, I'm the last person to complain about writers getting super personal and drawing from their own baggage in their writing, but Ken's just no fucking good at it. There's no nuance, nothing interesting to say. He just keeps writing mediocre to horrible dads whose misdeeds are always justified by their good intentions, and then sometimes they die and their kids are like, we may have fought, but actually you were the bestest dad ever and I'll miss you forever, I'll never be able to fill your shoes. This is the only part of the new material here that feels like it has any heart behind it, because I know how much his complex relationship with his late deadbeat father means to Ken. There's an author's note in this outright saying as much. But the guy died 42 years ago, and it doesn't feel like Ken has had any new thoughts about this part of his life in those 4 decades. He's just not an introspective or self-aware enough artist to actually mine his personal baggage for anything beyond Father Knows Best. Yeah, I'm writing a short story. Do you want, like, I'm drawing on my deep, strong emotions for it, namely my, like, profound disdain but begrudging acceptance of the suburbs. Those are my strong emotions. Anyway, so then it jumps forward in time. I haven't gotten to work on it recently because I've been too busy writing for Down the Rabbit Hole and I'm going to scream. So then it jumps forward in time, and now we're following this human guy who looks like this. I think the sensors need to be recalibrated. You didn't pick up those damn talking apes on the last rescue mission either. Come on, you dumb apes. I think of that line from Halo a lot. It's a really well-delivered line. It's Yakub. He definitely traced this. He definitely traced this. Hugh Man. Why are his lips just barely parted? Why does he look so soft? Idris Elbow. Previously, Ken got a lot of shit for literally just using the likeness of Anthony Mackie for this guy based on his IMDb profile photo. Ken has thus redesigned the character, and by that I mean I think he looks more like Ernie Hudson now? Ken's clearly just working off of photo references, if not straight up tracing, given his face is the most detailed and realistic looking thing on any page where he's present. But you may be wondering, who is this? And why is he here? Well, for one, he's here to run around in front of some low-res space photos while making trite references to things like Planet of the Apes and Star Trek. Haha, he makes a joke about red shirts. Original. God. God, this is bad. Look at the suit. I know what this reminds me of. This reminds me of, oh, what's it called? That old, like one of the earliest 3D animated cartoons. And I cannot remember the name of it. This is my streamer brain. I cannot remember. Reboot. Yes. Reboot cartoon. Yeah, it looks like Reboot. Look. You see what I mean? This is just immediately what I thought of. Also, I can't stand the color grading. Look at that soft color grading. None of this works. I couldn't tell you why it doesn't work, but it doesn't work. But beyond that, Commander Michael Taylor Michael Taylor. Michael Taylor. Yes, that's really how he chooses to spell it, is a human from Earth. Archie Sonic readers are probably confused because in those comics, Mobius is Earth in the distant post-apocalyptic future. Well, despite being a Planet of the Apes fan, Ken always hated that particular world-building design from Carl Ballers, always preferring to think of Mobius as a separate alien planet. And now he gets to make that canon in his own stories and throw out Carl's ideas. So Mobius is basically just like a Star Trek planet now, with its own alien, not tired, just running out of oxygen, I guess, with its own alien creatures that sometimes just so happen to look like anthropomorphic Earth animals. Also, at one point, Taylor wonders if the inhabitants of the dead Mobius might have been human, and the alien ally he's talking to over the radio says it's unlikely. I don't understand why your kind has a problem understanding you're a minority within a minority. Perhaps poor wording from a line said to the only black character in this story. Ken Penders is like the worst writer. His ineptitude is glaring. Anyway, Commander Talor here seems to have discovered the uninhabited husk of Mobius after the vague time-space cataclysm everyone was worried about in Mobius 25 years later has come to pass, and he finds an audio log from Lara-Su that I presume will explain what happened. I guess those are the titular Lara-Su Chronicles. In theory, this flash-forward establishes some sense of pressing danger, but when the threat to the planet is so unclear and technobabbly, it just kind of lands with a thud. It doesn't take long before we get back to Lara-Su being sad about her dad. A good little chunk of the chapter is spent with this new timeline's Lara-Su recalling moments in her life, including echoes of the original Lara-Su's memories from Mobius 25 years later, which feels redundant coming hot off the heels of a straight reprint of that entire arc. And boy, for anyone who read the later Archie Sonic comics, the protagonist having vague memories of the old version of the series from before a lawsuit-related timeline reboot sure does sound familiar. Huh. The art inconsistency somehow becomes even worse in this story, with Ken flip-flopping on whether or not he wants to use outlines, with the no-outline art managing to look even worse by relying entirely on Ken's awful rendering. Hey, Joel! Oh yeah, we are looking at Bobby's review of the finally released first issue, well, it's the prequel issue, I guess, of the Lara-Su Chronicles. Legally distinct Knuckles. We are learning so much. Also, Joel, how have you been? It's been a while. It's good to see you. By this point in the book, readers are also likely to start noticing how often Ken reuses art from previous panels. Yeah, we noticed. This is a shortcut that tons of comic artists use, of course. Invincible famously did a joke about this. It's often understandable. But, again, it sure does stand out in a book that took 13 years to make with only 30 pages of new art. Amusingly, Ken even manages to combine his inconsistency and recycling problems by reusing the same art with and without owl lines, thanks for the 23 months Amos to Famos. The Sonic IDW comics are good? Okay, I believe you. I know that there has been some good Sonic comic existing, Sonic comic material. And, of course, anytime Ken tries to draw the Archie era designs, it's just the worst. Is that his tongue? Oh my Christ. Oh God.
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
That is a lot. Oh, Jesus. Don't touch me. I feel slimy. Oh, that is bad. What the shit?
I hate this. It is revolting.
More?
Please.
This is atrocious. Oh. Also. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here we go.
Like all of a sudden I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew I wasn't crazy.
Right.
It's the throat tickler. Whoa. Blep is too cute. Yeah, this is blooge. Let me, For those who haven't seen this clip, by the way, are you kidding me?
Now I'm getting paid cash with Lara-Su. Yeah, virtual land all across the globe. The next wave is digital, catch me on the way up. The glow up is visible, couple more. Watch mine gon' go up, it's about to go nuts. It's about to go nuts. Now I'm getting paid, running cash with Alice Earth. Alice Earth. Alice Earth.
The price goes up. I'll bring it back down one tick at the end. But yes, this.
Like all of a sudden I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew I wasn't crazy.
Right.
Yeah, this is it. It's the face from Very Noise. Is that unedited? No, this is edited together, unfortunately.
Like all of a sudden I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew I wasn't crazy.
Right.
Yep, yep, yep,
God.
yep, be or a yep, yep.
Thanks for the 2 months, bro bold. Oh my god, we have a second hype train this stream. I mean, it has been a week. This is my first stream back in a week, so I guess it makes sense, but... Thank you. One more time.
Like all of a sudden I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew I wasn't crazy.
Right.
Thanks for the bits, dummy. God, this is the worst. Sound alert? No. Oh, this is atrocious. One thing I want to point out, look at the mouth. Okay, so you know how face meat is more meant as a suggestion of an actual physical feature rather than actually being a physical feature? This is giving the face meat depth. Look closely, everyone, at that mouth. Look at that. You can see This isn't the inside of her cheek. This is the inside of her, like, mouth, her lip. Look, you can see how deep the face meat goes. And then it opens up into a wider cavity deeper inside. Because that's not her throat. That's the inside of the mouth doesn't begin until like 2 inches in. Chalklad, thanks for gifting a sub to Lara-Su. Go to hell.
Streamo, I'm uncomfy.
Good. You should be. I want you to acknowledge how deep the face meat is. Hey, Mike, I have cursed knowledge for you. We now know how deep the face meat goes. God, that is a lot to take in. That we can see how deep the face... Yeah, you take the blue pill. You wake up in your normal human world. You take the red pill. And I'll show you just how deep the face meat goes. Thanks, anonymous person, for gifting a sub to Ken Penders. Great. Cool. Awesome. That can't actually be Ken Penders. Ugh, that is really atrocious. And yes, in this dreamlike montage sequence of Lara-Su's life that we get, the uncomfortable family nudity scene, followed by the dual timeline Julie-Sue breastfeeding scene. Just FYI everyone, if I get a temp ban on Twitch because of this, worth it. We're going in. I checked before. The breastfeeding scene is censored. Family nudity. It's called a spanking. I don't want her to experience what I did growing up. Yep, we have censored. It's censored. It's censored. See, but we have double breastfeeding. God, this is ugly. I shouldn't stay on here for too long, but yes, there's the Penders face. Right there.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Yeah, damn right. This is literally ripped off from ElfQuest. Nintendonut, can you retrieve an example of what you're talking about? Because now you have me curious. Why does she have a little bit of poo on her head? Dropped. That's a dent. She's a true chatoid. You bet you can. Alright, gimme. Nintendonut, let us know when you have a relevant link and we can give you permissions. Because I want to see what you mean. Because if this really is just ripped off from something else, I want to know. She didn't fit in the microwave. Yeah, I had to shove her in a little bit hard. The baby. God, the baby is atrocious. What do you think of the name Lara-Su? The babies look like very small adults. You are correct. It's kind of like how artists would paint baby Jesus as like just a tiny adult. Tears of joy. Oh, I hate this. Oh, that face. The nose. Yeah, you might have heard about this one already. If this incredibly eerie presentation of Lara-Su's hazy memories of the two different timelines make it hard to tell what's going on, don't worry, there's another, clearer version later in the book as part of Julie Sue's character profile, because I guess Ken was just so proud of it. Take that in. We'll slowly move on. Like, okay, is a mother breastfeeding her child really that shocking of a thing to see in a story? No, not at all.
Stay super freaky, have great vagina, I love ya!
Did you need to do that one right now? Go back, I need to see more. Go look at it on your own time. I'm moving on. But like, when it's two characters who you previously created for an officially licensed Sonic the Hedgehog comic for Hey, you pet me. What do you... Wait, Avis Echo, what do you mean Fred is just that type of complete weirdo gremlin? What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain yourself in front of the class. No, people say Fredcore and I don't know what they mean. Nah. I hate it here. When it's two characters who you previously created for an officially licensed Sonic the Hedgehog comic for 7-year-olds, and some of those officially licensed Sonic the Hedgehog comics for 7-year-olds are reprinted in the same book, and when it's drawn like this, yeah, it's kind of a shocker. It just looks so unnatural. Julie Sue is posed very deliberately so that you'll see both of her breasts. And in the new timeline version, she's barely even holding Lara-Su, so you can really get a good look at her supermodel body, showing zero physical signs that she just gave birth. Most people will immediately jump to this being Ken putting his fetishes in his work, a type of criticism that I'm incredibly tired of. It's 2024, all the cool artists are blatantly putting their fetishes in their own work now. And my immediate response is that, no, this is probably just Ken trying to come off as really mature on a surface level, a thing he's been obsessed with since the Archie days. Free from the shackles of writing a licensed children's comic, of course he's going to jump immediately into depicting some non-sexual artistic nudity to try and prove he's a real mature artist for grown-ups who just thinks the human body is beautiful and breastfeeding shouldn't be a taboo, etc., etc. Yeah, remember when I said that Ken Penders is very, like, childish? This is kind of what I'm talking about here. Right? It's... Ken Penders may have technically graduated from the 5th grade, but spiritually he never left the elementary school. It's important because it's Sonic. Do you... The Meowpenheimer cake emote really is perfect for this. But then you look at some of the other character designs, like Espio's daughter Salma, who's now this horrifying alien lizard person who's always nude, and her scale pattern puts scales exactly where her nipples should be. Or you look at his comments about the echidna age of consent. Or you look at how he keeps drawing Lara-Su in this. Like, does the shuttle really need this, like, reverse chase lounge thing in the cockpit? so that we can keep getting these shots of the 16-year-old Lara-Su lying on her stomach and posing with one of her legs kicked up, her naked ass in plain view. Oh yeah, we're getting real uncomfy now. God, why? The vibe isn't great, is what I'm saying. I'm not going to try to ascribe authorial intent here. I don't know. I'm not a psychic. Given his very blatant reliance on photo references elsewhere in that book, it's entirely possible he just referenced some figure drawing photos that were maybe just a little too sexy. And also, he's an American comic book artist and a boomer one at that. Those guys tend to draw women a certain way even when it's not supposed to be sexual. I don't fucking know. It just sucks. I'm not going to make some hyperbolic statement about how this makes him a literal pedophile who should be in jail, but it is deeply off-putting and objectifying. Yeah. I think Bobby's got the right take here. But if you already knew about the nursing scenes and were hoping there was some other really shocking stuff in there for me to talk about in this review, sorry to disappoint, but nope. That's the only shockingly weird new thing in here. Once again, not a lot happens in this story, and what does happen is pretty boring. Once we get past the recap stuff and the human guy, the plot developments boil down to this. The timeline was altered at the end of M25YL, but not as much as you might think. In this new timeline, Knuckles, Knox, Kobar, now looking significantly younger, and Rotor, now a rhino just called the Emissary, still traveled via shuttle to go find a time machine in the Badlands and fix the time-space continuum, like in the climax of the original arc. This time, though, Sonic wasn't there, and Lara-Su came along without having to stow away. Lara-Su watches the ship while the grown-ups go deal with the time machine, and then after a couple panels, not Rotor comes back with Kobar and is like, "Hey, Kobar got hurt, we gotta leave, don't know what happened to your dad." And then they just, presume that Knuckles must have died. Even though we have no idea what happened to him. And then they just fly away. And then Lara-Su is sad that her dad died. And that's pretty much it. This is supposed to be a really emotional sequence. It's literally the scene where Lara-Su learns that Knuckles is dead. Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and perish. But instead it comes off as unintentionally funny because of how poorly it's portrayed. Not showing Knuckles' actual disappearance is a huge misstep for one, making his uncertain fate more confusing and anticlimactic than dramatic. But also, Ken keeps using the same two drawings of Rotor for 2 pages, so he doesn't really seem to be emoting at all, and he's in this spacey hazmat suit that honestly just makes him look like fucking Moltar from Space Ghost. Hey there, Jonathan. Thanks for the 100 bits. I'd follow Knuckles' example. So the whole time I'm just reading his dialogue in Moltar's deadpan voice as he's like, "I don't know, we did what we could. Anyway, let's leave." Oh, he does look like Moltar. "There's only 2 of you. Where's the 3rd? No time for that now. Open the hatch." Oh. No time for that now. Open the hatch. What are you not telling me? Where's my father? I'll explain once we're inside. Now open the hatch, Space Ghost. Nah, just leave him out there. Not so fast. Who's with you, and how come he's not responding? It's Kobar. He needs medical treatment. The bioscan is showing strong traces of radiation all over the both of you. I'm sorry, I can't let you in. Oh my god, that face. Wait.
Oh my god! What's wrong with your face?
Oh. Again. Okay, I don't think I want to make that a sound alert, but it is very good. At least open the hatch and let us into the airlock, then lift off and head for Haven 1. After this, we get a 2-page spread previewing the rest of the story from Shattered Tomorrows. It's basically like a trailer in comic form. It has one of the most mystifying layouts I've ever seen in a comic book. I have no idea what order I'm supposed to read this in. Oh, Linky Cost. It's okay. It's okay, you can come in. Joe Rogan won't hurt you. You can only save one. Oh, this is... Ooh! Oh, all of these faces. You sure? I'm sure. I'll keep you safe. Dude. Dude. The sacred icon has been found. The great journey may begin. Experience the triumph and the tragedy as the Lara-Su Chronicles Shattered Tomorrows continues. Available via digital download. A print edition follows the story's conclusion. Yeah. I kinda have a feeling this is the full extent of what Ken has drawn for the rest of that book. I'd love to be wrong, but I fear that I'm right. Bonus material, data files. These are mostly very dull, recapping a lot of events shared between Ken's Archie run and the new Lara-Su Chronicles timeline. It seems like almost his entire run is still considered canon to the backstory of the new timeline, just with some names changed, and things only really diverge at the climax of Mobius 25 years later. But I'll share the interesting stuff here. Lara-Su. The main thing you'll notice in Lara-Su's profile is the massive, unreadable wall of text where Ken felt the need to list the entire Knuckles family tree, split across both pages. Oh my god. And unto Enoch was born... Wait. This is literally just... And Cain went out for the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehuel. And Mehuel begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives. This is literally just the Bible, like Old Testament lineages. Oh my god. Please read the very first thing after known family. Knox, aka by nickname, acquired as a young lad due to the unusual bone structure of his hands, aka the Praetorian. The unusual bone structure of his hands. Okay, where? Mary Sue Atrades. Oh, thank you, Ikapika. Yes, I'll chat about that in a minute. House Atrades. Okay, wait, where am I looking? Dunk. Yeah, Mary Sue of the House of Atrades. Is this supposed to be a joke that, like, that Paul is a Mary Sue? Because he's not. Do I have tea with you? I finished my matcha. I've been having some matcha. That's quite good. A tree... I guess it's... Do you think he's supposed to pronounce it Atreides? Maternal grandmother, deceased, Saber, Moritori Rex, Arion Garvan, Meniker, Janelle Lee Sojourner, Dimitri, maternal great-great-great-grandfather / twin brother to Ed. This sucks. Just draw a family tree. God, this sucks. Why would you... Why, in a comic, would you depict a family tree in this way? Why would you do this? Why? Just draw a family tree. Oh my god, this is the worst possible way that he could have done this. I like to imagine him thinking, okay, I want to show, like, her entire family lineage, and decided against just drawing a family tree. Drawing too hard. No, Kyle, I'm not okay. Why? You're doing a comic. It's a visual medium. Draw the family bush. Do you think that he's afraid to draw the family tree because he's afraid of being accused of, like, showing a kincest? Echinces. Do you think that there's actually some echidna incest in here? And echidna. Excuse me. Echidna. I wonder if we did an analysis of this, we'd discover some incest. Oh my... Okay, I kind of want to do a stream now where I actually try to draw a family tree of Lara-Su. This is literally so long that Lara-Su's personal history has to awkwardly cut off mid-sentence and be continued on the final page of the book after the rest of the data files. He did draw a family tree in the past, yes.
Maybe he doesn't want to spoil the family tree puzzle from last stream.
Yeah, you're right, Jordan. Don't want to spoil that 20-year-old puzzle. Also, please note that this list gives Julie Sue's mom's full name as Mary Sue of the House of Atreides. Incredible on all levels. There's also a reference to the Dark Timeline Lara-Su, who was originally supposed to come from. Oh, the Dark Timeline Lara-Su was originally supposed to come from. You know, the one where Julie Sue is the leader of a rebel movement fighting against a Knuckles who had gone mad with power. The timeline that would have been way more interesting than the one in Mobius 25 years later. Here it seems to have been written off as the result of another timeline disruption. Lara-Su allegedly has vague memories of this timeline, in the same way that she has vague memories of the Mobius 25 years later timeline. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. It's the reason they all look like this is because they're the Echidna equivalent of the Habsburgs. We talked about this. The Habsburg, like, this is the Habsburg chin. Jeffrey's bio mostly recaps events from the Archie comics, which means the Sonic/Sally/Jeffrey love triangle has to be alluded to. His rivalry with Sonic is described like this. Quote, he would later resurface when Kintobor was transporting his latest high-tech weapon, the Dynamac 3000. It was during that mission he discovered a rival for the princess's affections. Whereas the princess would be one of a line of conquests where St. John was concerned, the blue-spined Erenakine, I know that's a real word, who protested doth a bit too much regarding his affections for the princess for St. John's taste would prove to be a source of great sport and amusement. Who protested doth okay, no, okay. He's referencing a bit from Hamlet, where Hamlet puts on a play, right? Like, he has a play put on where, like, a person's, like, a woman's husband dies, and then a new man comes in, and Hamlet's like, well, what do you think, Mom? Like, and Hamlet's mother says, I know that this is a little bit too much to explain in here, for those who haven't read Hamlet, but it's supposed to be a reference to Hamlet's mother saying, what was it? The lady methinks doth protest too much. I'm trying to remember. It's in iambic pentameter, so it would have to be, the lady doth protest too much, methinks, I believe is how she puts it. It's supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a Hamlet reference, but here's the problem. Saying who protested doth a bit too much, doth is does, right? That's what this is supposed to be. The lady, like, if he was actually trying to reference Hamlet and be grammatically correct, he would say, who protested a bit too much, right? That is enough to reference Hamlet, but he had to put the doth in there because he had to just get it through, right? Like, oh, this is a Hamlet reference. Actually, I'm cultured. Did you know I'm cultured? Fuck off. Yeah, he put the doth in the wrong place because he wants to appear cultured, but he's not smart enough to do it right. He's too dumb. He had to look mature. He is so obsessed with looking mature. I need to stop yelling. I need to stop yelling. He's so obsessed with looking mature. Yell more. No. Yelling. Yelling. I'm just trying to be good to my voice. Yes, it's gross. Saying that Jeffrey saw Sally as one of a line of conquests is gross. Ken writing this and then still treating Jeffrey as the coolest badass ever is gross. The Princess Acorn, I mean, you have characters like this. I don't know. It happens. The Princess Acorn is also first on the list of Jeffrey's female relationships elsewhere in his bio, though I suppose how much of a relationship they had is left vague. Hi, Alfie. Honestly, at this point, the fact that Ken didn't explicitly confirm that Jeffrey took the underage Sally's virginity in the book comes off as a display of restraint. The bar couldn't be any lower, I know. C.S. Lewis said that trying to put on the air of maturity is one of the most immature things one can do. Yes. Remington. His bio is frankly shockingly long for such a minor character, though I guess he does get a large portion of the word salad dialogue in The Storm. There's a lot of stuff here about how the identities of his biological parents are shrouded in mystery, a plot point that fans have long speculated Ken just straight up forgot about in his time at Archie. Ian confirmed that Kragok from the Dark Legion was Remington's dad, though, so this isn't really much of a mystery. Lien Da. She gets a bio, even though she's not present in the two new stories, just so we get to look at her awful new design and compare it to how Stephen Butler drew her earlier in the book. God, this sucks. Like, this... It is remarkable seeing the side-by-side comparison to see, like, the degradation. You want to know what this is? I know what this reminds me of. There is a series of paintings from a painter who drew as his dementia progressed, and it is properly horrifying. This feels like 3 paintings in. Okay, this is gonna give me... This is upsetting. I'm gonna not continue playing that. That's what this feels like. It's like, how do you go from this on the left, which looks good? Like, this looks good. Right? This is a solid character design. And then you get what's on the right. How... yeah, different artist, but like he's doing this as an improvement. Bye, bye, Alfie. God, this sucks. God, this sucks. Commander Talor. We get to see 2 drawings of him with the same exact Ernie Hudson face side by side. That's fun. Hold on, I wanna show. Is this Ernie Hudson? He looks similar. The nose is similar. The eyebrows aren't quite the same. I don't think that this is a trace of Ernie Hudson. The artist was William Utermohlen. Well, he did great. And God, this is... why? That is definitely traced to Iron Man. You're right. You're right. Because he's holding his hands out like he has the impulse... What are they even called? On his palms. It's totally a ripoff of Iron Man. Repulsors, thank you. Traced X-Men. Yeah. God, this is depressing. It's remarkable to see that Ken Penders wanted to do this for 13 years. For 13 years, he fought to do this. And what does he do? He traces. We have evidence of him tracing. He copy-pastes all over the place. And he takes images from Google Images that are clearly not a high enough resolution and just copy-pastes them into his comic. Why? Why? Why would you fight so hard to do something so mediocre? Right? This isn't even oh, this is my vision. Right? His vision is a collage of traced pieces. It's all he has. You think? Ika Pika, that's a good question. Actually, you know what? How much you want to bet he turns to AI for the next chapters of his comic? You're right. Mid-Journey. I wonder. Does anyone know what Ken Penders' position on AI art is? I feel like I could see him going either way. Julie Sue. She gets a list of known friends, but the only character listed is Knuckles' mom. Poor Julie Sue. Also, Ken feels the need to reiterate that Knuckles and Julie Sue are still distant cousins. He made a whole new timeline where he can change whatever details he wants, but that had to remain canon. Thanks, Ken. And then after the data files, we get the special thanks page listing everyone who pre-ordered the book and or bought the Lara-Su Chronicles merch from Ken. With my name on the list, because I had to buy a copy to cover it for the blog. My name is on the very next page right after the breastfeeding panel in Julie Sue's data file. Yep, he got me. Is it at least a well put together book, like in terms of manufacturing quality? Its physical quality is fine. It's a nice sturdy hardcover. The print quality seems fine, though mine does have a bit of smudging from some sort of printing error on one page. The pages don't seem like they'll fall out on me. The image quality is crisp, the colors are vibrant. This is a low bar, but this is one of the few places where I'm able to give this book anything resembling praise. The formatting and graphic design work, on the other hand... Oh, look! Sonic's kid's feet. Feet. I didn't crumple those page corners. It came like that. For one, the placement and sizes of the Mobius 25 years later pages is inconsistent, largely due to the fact that the book doesn't actually match the proportions of a comic. A lot of pages aren't properly centered vertically. Some pages go all the way up to the top edge of the paper, while others leave a visible gap of about half a centimeter. Every page has a 1 centimeter gap to its left and right, which is sometimes filled in with a solid color or gradient that doesn't quite match the page it's surrounding. I have to assume Ken didn't have any sort of source files or original artwork to work off of, as those ideally would have had more generous bleed to account for slight shifts in printing. Look at Taylor's weight. Wait, 87.08 kilometers. Wait. Commander Mikhail Talor weighs 87.08 kilometers. What? What? Born on 276 tabs of LSD.
I hate this. It is revolting.
More?
Please.
What? 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 Why? Is it... Why? How do you make that mistake? Okay, but even presuming, so 191 pounds, if that is supposed to be kilograms. Kilometers, 13 years. 13 years. Let's presume for a second that he has, I don't know, some form of reading disability. Get someone to proofread it? Get some help? Just find a friend. Find a friend. Get a friend to proofread it. What, did nobody... The hacker nope is so good. What the fuck is a kilometer? Anyway, the pages. I have to assume, Ken, yep, it kind of seems like he just got the highest resolution versions he could find of the digital releases online and printed those. The colors are a dead ringer for the digital versions, which have always looked slightly more saturated and pastel than they did in print. I can't say this bodes well for his future plans for Archie Sonic reprints. Sorry, Mobian Line reprints. If they ever come out, please, for the love of God, do not buy those. I don't care how much you love Archie Sonic, they aren't going to be good reprints. For comparison, IDW's similarly priced hardcover Sonic collections have none of these formatting problems because they're made by people who know what they're doing with access to the actual source files. The book also has its fair share of text-focused pages, split between the data files and messages directly from Ken about the history of his career and this project, and these are formatted in the most amateurish way possible. Just massive walls of Arial text over either plain white backgrounds, simple gradients, or faded photos. I've seen school yearbooks with better graphic design. Even ignoring my subjective feelings about the art and stories within, this book does not feel like it's worth $36. It's frankly shocking how shabby he let this thing look considering it's supposed to be his baby. And doesn't that really sum it all up? Oh my god, you guys, he really said, "Had a bad dream, better microwave the baby." Welcome in, Mad Cats. Yes, this is about Penders' new book. We're taking a look at Thank You Ken Penders' review. Better microwave the book. Closing thoughts. Obviously, I did not expect this to be any good, but I'm still left kind of dumbfounded by it. I think what really strikes me about it is that Ken had a blank check to do whatever he wanted here. He got an opportunity many writers would kill for when he gained complete ownership of his most famous work. He's free from the limitations of a monthly licensed comic book for children, free to make whatever creative decisions he wants without editors or other writers or Sega to worry about, free to completely reinvent the series to his heart's content and finally tell the story of his dreams. And with that opportunity and 13 years of his time, he made this. A direct continuation of Mobius 25 years later that barely changes anything about the characters or world beyond their awful new designs, even though much of the word count is spent rambling about how the timeline has changed. A story that makes zero concessions for new readers, or even returning readers who don't already have the last decade's worth of Ken's tweets explaining his creative decisions burned into their memory. 30 pages where nothing really happens and the story barely moves forward an inch despite the decades-long wait. But maybe something will happen if you buy the next book. Who is this for? Maybe this really is a project for no one but Ken. Maybe he just really wants to finish the story he started. A story that's personal to him due to the family history it evokes, and the number of people who enjoy it or buy it beyond that is irrelevant. I think that many of the best artists are incredibly self-indulgent ones working with that exact mindset, artists whose enthusiasm for their own work jumps off the page or screen. So, if that's the case, then why the fuck isn't he telling the damn story? What's stopping him? Why is he still spinning his wheels? Where is that passion for his own work? Because it sure as hell isn't there on the page. There's a huge part of me that really wishes I could say, "Man, what a weirdo, but you do you, Ken. You tell your weird little story," but there's barely any story here. It's like he loves styling himself as a storyteller, but he's terrified of finally having to actually tell a story after all this time. He's still stuck in the exact same mode of writing he was in almost 30 years ago when he was doing 6-page backup stories about Knuckles, just killing time and stringing readers along until he's eventually able to truly realize his vision. If not now, then when, Ken? Oh my god, you guys, Ken Penders is a person who watched all the filler, the hundreds of episodes of filler in Naruto, and don't pet me. He watched the hundreds of episodes of filler in Naruto and said, "I want to do that. I want to make that." Ooh, maybe. You know, when I was in high school, I discovered the bootleg re-upload, like the uploads of Naruto on YouTube, uploaded in 3 separate chunks. Was it the ideal experience? No. But I took it. And I started watching I tried to watch all of Naruto with it. And I remember being really gripped by like this plot, this buck wild plot about fascinating characters with unique abilities and coming to understand this world of jutsu, of ninjas, and like their complicated dramatic dealings with one another. I was drawn in. And then you know what happened? I remember being accosted by filler. I remember watching like 10 episodes in a row of just filler. And I remember being like, okay, so when do we get back to the story? When does the story happen again? So you know what I started doing? I started skipping episodes. I went, oh, this is obviously a filler. Okay, we'll go to the next one. And then I was like, okay, I guess, you know, with lots of filler, I'll skip 5 at a time. And I just kept finding filler. And I was like, okay, I'll skip 10 at a time. It got to the point where I was skipping like 30 episodes at a time, desperately trying to find the plot. And at some point, you know what I did? I gave up. I gave up. Because if these motherfuckers don't care enough to tell their own story, why should I, as a viewer, be bothered watching it? If they don't care, I don't care. So I left. They can go and draw themselves in circles, for all I care. I left for greener pastures, and I found greener pastures, and I was happy. I actually think, looking back on it, I think that Naruto taught me one of the most important lessons in terms of media consumption that I have ever learned. And that's that if I'm not liking it, then I'll quit. I decided I didn't want it. Like, if I decide I'm not enjoying something, I'm not going to finish it just for completion's sake. I'm going to quit. I have done that numerous times now, and I have never once regretted it. Yeah, if it sucks, hit the bricks. Exactly. If it sucks, hit the bricks. If I stop enjoying a story, I stop reading it, or I stop watching it, or if it's a game, I stop playing it. I stop. If it loses me, I stop. If I'm not invested anymore, I stop. And I move on to something else. Yeah, you can just leave the share zone. And I have never once regretted it. I've never gone, oh, you know, I wish I had just kept watching or reading this. No. No. Never. Not one regret. And I beg all of you to do the same. If you are reading or watching...
If it sucks, hit DA bricks.
Yes. If it sucks, hit the bricks. Thanks for the bits, Kippy. I would implore all of you to take this same approach. If you stop enjoying it, or you're reading a book and the first 40 pages suck, I'm going to let you in on a secret. A good story is good from the beginning. There can be parts that you like less, but there should still be something of value there. Yeah, Muda. No, you know what, Muda? That's true for streams too. If you're watching a stream and it's just not vibing with you, you don't have to stick around. That's true for my videos too. My streams, my videos. If you're not vibing with them, then leave. That's fine. I will not be offended. This isn't me being aggressive toward you. This is me wanting you to have a good experience. I would never demand someone continue watching my video or my stream if they weren't liking it. That would be unfair. That would be an unfair demand. And I implore you all to take that same approach, and immediately I lose, like, all of my viewers. GG. Played myself. But yeah. I would highly recommend trying it.
Plus no broads plus eat your heart out plus hit the bricks.
Plus hit the bricks. Yeah, let me make one thing clear. Let me make one thing clear. A slow start is not a bad start if you're enjoying it, but it should be enjoyable from the beginning. Yeah, shoosh. I think a lot of people have had this experience. This is me aggressively wanting you to have a good experience. Yes. Yes. Life is too short to waste on bad experiences. So, anyways, I'm going to get off my soapbox. I've been on this soapbox for too long. You get the idea. Okay. Even the back cover blurb is mostly just a dry recap of the history of this thing. It was a Sonic comic. The original arc was published in these issues. It went unfinished. Ken left Archie. The lawsuits happened. Now he's continuing the story. There's nothing about why anyone should give a shit about this as its own story, even though Ken has spent years trying in vain to convince people the Lara-Su Chronicles is its own beast that shouldn't be judged as a Sonic story. I think deep down he knows that there's no pitch for this beyond the novelty of it originating from Sonic. And that's why, despite declaring that he'd leave the site, he's still on Twitter riling up Sonic fans. It's the only attention he gets at this point. Oh my god, he got social media brained. What do you think of the trope backstory dump a character 5 pages before they're killed off? It sucks. Unless this person continues to be, like, this person's death and their existence continues to be an important thing. I remember Full Metal Alchemist kind of doing this. Killing off a character really early, but that character's death becomes the impetus for, like, everyone else, right? Okay, that works. Specifically Brotherhood, right? Sometimes it works, but you gotta do it well. You gotta be real specific with it. Yeah, it works in FMA. I remember it working in FMA. Yeah, Brigadier General Hughes. His death is like the inciting incident for the story. You get like 10 episodes of him being a bro and then he dies. Spoilers for an old anime and manga. That works, right? Like, it's very impactful. Because the characters care. It can work, it needs a good author. Yeah, anything can work if the writer knows what they're doing. Anything can work if the author knows what they're doing. A plot device is not necessarily bad. MacGuffins are not inherently bad. What a terrible day for Rain. Yeah, incredible writing. Yeah, ideas are cheap. You want to know who got really excited about AI art? You want to know who got really excited about Midjourney? Idea guys. Idea guys who feel like their ideas were never given a fair shake. The world is full of idea guys. I'll let you in on a personal belief that I hold very near and dear, and with which a lot of people disagree. I know that not everyone agrees with me on this. But I truly believe that there are no good ideas, only well-executed ideas. Art is entirely in the execution. Execution is everything. Craft is everything. What makes an artist good? Their ideas? Not inherently. The only artists that matter are artists that have ideas that they're able to execute in an interesting way. So this is why any one of you who has an idea for a story that's been kicking around in their head forever and oh, they're going to write the novel eventually, here's what I'm going to tell you. Practice. Get good at the craft. And guess what? As you get better at the craft, you're going to have other things that you want to make. And that idea, that big idea that you have in the back of your head, that's probably going to diminish. Because you have new things that you want to make, more interesting things. Things that haven't been done, you'll have ideas for original things. Just make. If you really want to be an artist, the best thing that, like, of any kind, a writer, like a game designer, anything, the best thing you can do is just practice your craft. And that, I think a lot of people don't want to hear that. People are looking for shortcuts a lot of the time, right? Like, they have this idea and they just need to get it down on the page. I'm sorry, that's just not how it works. You gotta get good at the thing. You got to get good at the craft. You have to understand the craft. That's how you're going to make something good. This is literally me just telling you to get good. By the way, if you want to become a good writer, there is a shortcut to getting good at writing. Do you want to know what that shortcut is? Writing is very unique in this way. You can learn things in a similar way in others, but like there's only one field where like you can really do this in, and that's writing. You can become a good writer by becoming a good reader. That is wholly remarkable and such a wonderful thing. You can become good at writing by reading. That is so cool. So you want to be a good writer? Read a lot. Do a bunch of reading. Find the things that you like, and when you find something you don't like, try to understand why you don't like it. Yeah, you can improve, any artist can improve their art by observing other art. Correct, Starry. I think that this is most true for writing, but it's true for all art. If you want to be a game designer, like, you don't be a writer who doesn't read. Don't be a game designer who doesn't play games. Don't be a filmmaker who doesn't watch films. Study. Yeah. And when you're doing it, like, don't just consume it. Think about it. Mark the things that make it good and interesting, and mark the things that don't work. Uh-oh. I think that poor
Here's a
BTS
thing I
part.
learned about being a professional software engineer after having also studied game design and systems engineering. Engineering and design are fundamentally administrative skill sets. People get good at engineering by understanding not just the science behind it, but the administrative
process by which suitable ideas are formed and brought to fruition. Yes. Yes. Engineering is something that you do in tandem with other people. And so working in that process is very important. Yeah, they are administrative skill sets. So you're talking about the process by which suitable ideas are formed and brought. Yeah. Where do you start, right? I think certain kinds... Okay, you know what? I'm kind of getting in the weeds here, but bear with me for like another 60 seconds. Learning how to formulate an idea that can be made into a piece of art can be different depending on the kind of art and the kind of person you are. For me, when I want to write something, I dig deep and find some sort of strong feeling or opinion, and then I start trying to dissect it. And then I start with a feeling, right? Like whenever I write something, I start with a feeling, right? Like I'm writing a story about the suburbs. Like I'm writing a story about like a person who is fucking with people in the suburbs. And I'm like, okay, well that comes from like a deep discomfort that I have from that arises in me from the suburbs. It doesn't have to be fair. It doesn't have to be logical. It just has to be there. And then I start examining it, and I use the fiction to examine it. I let it free. I give that feeling space to exist rather than trying to tamp it down into something that is socially acceptable and reasonable no matter what angle you look at it from. No, art is not the space to be reasonable. Art's the space where you get to throw shit at the wall, where you get to let your emotions have free reign no matter how reasonable they are. Right? You are expressing that. And then I use the craft that I've built up in writing to make that into something. Something that people can resonate with. It's not powerful because it's reasonable. It's powerful because it's real. Because it's an experience. Right? Like, Disco Elysium is not an accurate portrayal of the world. It is taking parts of the world with which the author resonated and blowing those out into larger-than-life examples of themselves. Right? You get into philosophical, political discussions with people. Like, that's not going to happen in real life. Come on. Right? Like, Disco Elysium is not an accurate portrayal of real life. It is a portrayal of the way that this person feels and sees the world. And what I'm saying is, as an artist, embrace that. Anyways, I went off on a bit of a tangent, and this is for like maybe 5% of the audience, so I'm going to move on. I see Ken Penders, I see people like Ken Penders, and I'm like, come on, man. Have you learned nothing in the decades that you've been doing art? Evil Crash. I mean, the story is literally like, congratulations, you have made it like a teeny tiny, teeny bitty way, like part of the way toward actually making communism work. It is a game that slaps you in the face with reality. It creates an unreal world and then slaps you in the face with reality. That's what Disco Elysium does. Ken Penders is... I think that Ken Penders inspires this in me. I think that Ken Penders inspires this in me because Ken Penders reminds me of me. In this, and look, I promise that this is not just because of the Sonic thing, but Ken Penders reminds me of myself in the same way that Chris Chan reminds me of myself. Chris Chan is someone who is stuck in elementary school with all of the same feelings around characters that they got to know, and like feelings about wanting their juvenile media to be more intense and grow with them as they grow older. And I am fortunate that I grew out of that. My desire to have tell these epic, cool stories, in official media, as if official, as if Sega is the arbiter of what stories are actually real and legitimate. And Ken Penders inspires this same feeling in me. Ken Penders, I look at Ken Penders, I look at his work, and I look at his desperate desire for legitimacy, and I see myself in the 4th grade. I see my desire to have something reflected in an official capacity represented Someone can make a fan fiction, someone can make a fan comic about Pokemon, and it's cool, but it's not real. It's not the real thing. It's not official. And I want to show everyone this cool thing I've made, right? This story that I've written. And it's middling. But that's not the reaction I'm looking for. Because I'm an epic author with epic ideas. And this is worth your time. It's the most important thing you'll have ever read. It's cool. And I have no idea what audience it's for. I just think it's cool. It is... Ken Penders... This might be... Okay, this is a little bit of a crass comparison. But Ken Penders is masturbating and calling it sex. That's what this feels like. It is the artistic equivalent of masturbating and calling it sex. He thinks that everyone else should be enjoying it as much as him. And I think that Ken Penders inspires a visceral disgust. One that I have trouble enunciating. Something that is personal. This is a personal disgust. To see someone who has been in an industry for this long and unable to express himself in this way. That is abject. It is... I imagine myself in Ken Penders' position, and I have an abject response. Indie. I need to restart VTS Pog. But yes, gooning and calling it based. Pity? I can't pity him. I just can't. The emotion... Look. I am not going to be the arbiter of whether he is worthy of pity. What I am going to tell you is my personal feeling. My personal feelings that Ken Penders invokes. This is not... I'm not saying that this is the right way to feel. But I do not feel pity. I just feel disgust. I don't even feel scorn. Just abjection. To see someone who's spent years in the industry still not have evolved beyond this elementary school understanding of art is horrifying. The idea that it's possible. Imagining myself in his position, right? Sometimes you'll see someone experience pain, get kicked in the chest by a horse, or like get a severe gash, and we'll feel like a tingling sensation, right? We will feel that pain. We imagine ourselves in that person's position reflexively. This is not an impulse that the average person can control. It simply happens. We imagine ourselves in that person's position. I, as a creator of some sort, imagine myself in Ken Penders' position. Reflexively. And it disgusts me. I have since accepted that I have a niche audience. Some of my videos have a wide, have sort of escaped and discovered a wider audience, and that's great. But I don't make for everyone. So when a video gets, fewer views, it doesn't bother me. Like, that's not necessarily the point. The point isn't to appeal to everyone. The point is to appeal to my audience. My streams are the same way. Am I trying to appeal to every single person? No. I have no illusions. There's no way that my streams are going to appeal to every single person. Even a majority. I make for my people. But who is Ken making his comics for? Ken doesn't seem to have an audience. His audience doesn't even seem to be himself. Is his audience himself? Because he doesn't seem to be telling the story that he wants. He seems more to be going, like, he won his lawsuits so that he can go through the motions. And that is creepy. That is uncanny. And that's weird to me. Thank you for allowing me to work through my emotions about this. I know I kind of went on a little bit of a rant here, but I had some strong emotions that I felt I needed to purge. Yeah, I'm making things for myself, knowing that I'm making... Okay, no, I'm not just making for myself. I am definitely making for an audience. I like making things for an audience, but there are certain things on which I'm not willing to compromise. I make things in the way that I want to, for the audience that I want to. Anyway. Let's read Bobby. Maybe this is too harsh when those 30 pages of new comics are just intended as a preview for the real book, but the elephant in the room is that we have no idea if that real book will ever actually come out, let alone the entire series of 7 graphic novels that will supposedly complete the saga. Okay. Ken is undeniably a complete jackass and all-around unpleasant, vindictive person who's rightly become an industry pariah. He is a self-proclaimed paragon of progressive values who will send comics gators after his successors for the crime of not worshipping the ground he walks on, and then turn around and announce he's going to reprint their work without even consulting them. He's a sore winner who already won his copyright battle on a level most comic writers would never dare to dream of, and yet still won't truly be satisfied until he sees an entire major comic publisher go out of business, putting God knows how many people out of work because he thinks this would get him back the license to a video game franchise he doesn't even like. But I still have to pity him. As an artist, the trajectory of his life is my nightmare. I think all of us fear dying before we can tell all the stories we want to tell. There's simply never enough time to do everything. And here's Ken in his 60s talking about how he's still planning on making his magnum opus all by himself out of stubbornness and pride, despite demonstrably proving he can't handle the workload, and also talking about how if he dies before the project can be finished, he'll have to patch the torch onto his kids and get them to finish it for him. It's so grim. Even just typing that sends a shiver down my spine. It took 9 years of his limited time on Earth to finish and release an 11-page comic about Jeffrey St. John sitting backwards in a chair. This is a purgatory of his own creation. And yet, I'm not sure he's ever been prouder. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. I guess if I want people to take anything away from this review, it's this. Lesson 1. If you're an artist or writer of some kind... Oh. Wait. I can do this. Cloth of Melodium. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Melanite raid. Melodite. Oh my god, I can't brain. Welcome in. proper. Yes, you were the person who raided into the wrong Fredrik Knudsen. I really need to do that, like, soft rebrand. Just changing the name of changing my Twitch name might be advised. I think I'm the only person I've like gone to people and said, you know, I'm thinking of changing my Twitch name, and the immediate response is, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm the only person I know of who has ever gotten that response. We are reading about Ken Penders' new comic. It would still be Fredrik, right? Like, it would be Fredrik and then something. Yeah, Uwu to Owo. Yeah. I think, like, Fredrik something. Like, I have the recognition of, you know, of YouTube, but I don't think it's actually that important. I think that people just, like, I have a little link on YouTube, but that's where people discover it. People aren't going on Twitch and spelling my name right and finding me. But people don't know how to spell my name. It's spelled weird. Anyways. Lesson 1. If you're an artist or writer of some kind, or an aspiring creator, don't wait around. No one else is going to tell your story for you. Start writing that novel. Start drawing that webcomic. Start making that game. If Penders can put out this damn book that no one asked for after 13 years of work, then proudly proclaim that he's still going to make 6 or 7 more books and also reprint hundreds of comics he doesn't have all of the rights to, then show up to cons with that foul Lara-Su Chronicles Shattered Tomorrows banner and sit in front of it beaming with pride, fully aware of his critics but saying, fuck 'em, I know I'm a hot shit, then you can do fucking anything. Tell the weird, sincere, cringe story of your dreams. If Ken Penders doesn't have imposter syndrome, then nobody should. Guys, I make YouTube documentaries and I'm still a cringe VTuber on Twitch.tv. Fucking don't worry about it. People are gonna call you cringe no matter what you do. Just take your opportunities. Because, like, Mary walks up to me and says, Fred, I'm gonna make you into a VTuber. Like, I'm going to, like, put you in my agency and we're gonna make you into, like, a VTuber proper with all the cool accoutrement. And I'm like, sure. Like, people are gonna call you cringe. And I'm like, all right. How many people get the chance to do this? Like, I could not have made it nearly as far as I have without their support. You can do it solo, right? People are going to call you cringe no matter what. I could not do all the things that I've done without that. Whatever. I had the opportunity to do something that very few people get to do. I like it. I'm having fun. Also, and lesson 2, don't buy Ken's books. Oh, Mike responded, by the way. Mike DM'd me, so I told him we now know how deep the face meat goes. And he just said, hit me. Look at the face on the left there. You see the inside of her mouth? That's not cheek. That's face meat. Why is she pogging? Oh my god. Wait! I have an idea. 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 Wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. Wait. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. 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 I'm gonna... Okay. Alright. Okay. Then better TTV. Okay. And then this. And this. This. And uploading. Ken Poggers. It's Ken Poggers. I feel like I can do it even better. Hold on. I feel like I can make it even tighter by cutting off more eye. Nah, not really. The hacker nope is good for this. Yeah, it doesn't work great at a small scale, does it? I don't know. Well, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. We might leave it. We might get rid of it. I'll figure it out. I'll make a decision later. But thank you, everyone, for coming with me on this journey to learn about everything that Ken Penders has been doing. Literally, the thing he has been fighting for the past 13 years is a reality. And we got to look at the most important review of it. Because, realistically, Bobby's opinion is the most important here. Thanks for the overwhelming sense of impending doom. There it is again, that funny
Hey Fred,
feeling.
last night I had a dream where you got cancelled for writing a fanfic shipping Count Von Count from Sesame Street with Mr. Krabs and selling it on Amazon.
I wish I had that kind of power. Thanks for the 16 months, Red Zephyr. Why would he get cancelled for that? Problematic ship. A deep dive that ended on a motivational note. Yeah, I guess the biggest thing I can say is that if you want to make the things that you want to make, work on your craft. Practice. Find the thing that you want to make, recognize where you might not be able to make it a reality, and work in those areas. Think about it like a speedrunner, right? When you're improving your art, think about it like a speedrunner. It's a lot more than just actually doing it. When a speedrunner is working on their speedrun, they don't just do the speedrun over and over and over again, right? Because they'll keep making mistakes at the same place. Instead, what they do is they target their practice. They recognize, oh, this is a very difficult section, so I'm going to grind it so that when I arrive at it, I will be ready for it. Because the entire run doesn't necessarily need all of your focus. In the same way, as an artist, if you find yourself struggling in particular places, practice that specific thing. Yeah, the first step in being the first step to becoming an incredible artist is being cringe. You gotta do it middling for a while. You gotta do it bad and then middling for a while to actually be good. No one starts out good. So don't be afraid of being a little cringe. You're going to, and the biggest thing, you're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna fuck up. So here's what you do. Art, like sex, is best when you have a sense of humor about it. You're gonna fuck up, and you can either get all embarrassed and self-conscious about it, or you can laugh and keep going. When you make a mistake, look at it and go, aha, this is funny, and just roll. Tank facts. Fred, none of us know what sex is. Bad comparison. That's a good spot to end. Everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. This has been wonderful. Streams come back Tuesday. Right now, the plan is Dwarf Fortress Tuesday. That's the plan. Subject to change. And I do want to bother someone. Who's up and about? There are a few possibilities, right? I think... You know who we haven't bothered in a while? Giga. We have not bothered Giga in a hot minute. I think we're going to go raid Giga. Everyone, thank you very much. I will see you Tuesday. Goodbye. Oh, raid message. Face meat 3 inches deep.